can't seem to take my eyes off of you. Especially your bite and move. The way you roll that thing, you wanna roll that thing, baby. Let me take a look. Oh Lord, baby, Larry Gaga. Baby say your matter na matter, oh. My sherry coco make I bet you like that, oh. Only one girl way fi eye me like laga, oh. Every time I see your face, na so I dey stagger, oh. Yo, go down on the low, down on the low. Make it do I'm on the low, make it do I'm on the low. Baby, no one has to know, baby, no one has to know. Baby, my body, wo, baby, my body, wo. Go down on the low, down on the low. Make it do I'm on the low, make it do I'm on the low. Baby, give it on the low, baby, keep it on the low. Baby, my body, wo, baby, my body, wo. Oh yeah. Boy, I love my daily, oh. Nibilo my pussy, oh. Yeah. Baby girl, I fit fight for your matter, oh. Yeah, yeah. I promise I no go to use you play my hero, oh. Yeah. See your love, it is sweet in my body, oh, yeah. It dey make me want to spend money, oh, yeah. See your love, it is sweet in my body, oh, yeah. It dey make me want to spend money, so go down on the low, down on the low. Make it do I'm on the low, make it do I'm on the low. Baby, no one has to know, baby, no one has to know. Baby, my body wo, baby, my body wo. Go down on the low, down on the low. Make it do I'm on the low, make it do I'm on the low. Baby, keep it on the low, baby, keep it on the low. Baby, my body wo, baby, my body wo. Oh, yeah. Tryna buy a buy for two, yeah. Baby, can I me and you? For a long time now you I choose. So I beg you, choose me. This kind of love is stupid. This kind of love is foolish.
I don't charge my energy. I no get time for no enemy. To repay one to me. Nothing with person never see. I'm on nothing with person never see. Forget it, I say bashi. Money soon expected. Check out what body I jumping. I take out to the person. Jelly. I'm in the answer, then yes sir. Then I'm in the answer, yes sir. Respect is reciprocal. Even though I know say I'm special. Anybody, we no want to search it. Anybody, we know the body body. I can't something, I can't something. Go back to vele, I can't something. You want your bed, you never go. Should not because myself, I never go. I look you, they laugh, you go. I shall no say the time go come, mama, I no say the time go come. When you look go fit the line, mama, life not on python. Whether you like or not, go back to Jamie, basically go pass. So yeah, keep a jack on. Anybody, we no want to search it. Anybody, we know the body body. I can't sort it, I can't sort it. You're drunk.
Ndo utamu wa penzi lako
na kwangu hawachi notaniwa sitoki kwako
nishakubesha taji bingwa wa kazi yako naimba
Mungu twaomba. Mungu twaomba.
You're drunk.
sitoki kwako.
Nishakubesha taji, bingwa wa kazi yako naipatia.
Ninapokosa wewe chaji, nifunge maisha nitakutumikia.
Mambo pekeji, twajisosomola. Penzi si la kienyeji, viwango vya dola.
Natuma vimeseji, taka kunipora. Ananionyesha baby, jua nachora.
Eti nikikuona, naona raha mbona. Eti nikikuona, naona raha mbona.
Nilisha chuku ya tungule.
Mic test 1 2. Mic test 1 2. So I think mic test 1 2. Yeah, so
Wasimamini sasa bure jaja.
Moyo nakupa moyo, baby, moyo pokea moyo.
Nakupa moyo, baby, moyo pokea moyo. Mambo pekeji, twajisosomola. Penzi si la kienyeji, viwango vya dola.
Wapwani mpo hampo? Good morning everyone. Good morning Gen Z. Yes. Si tu tuna test tu mic, si ndio? Si mimi na run program. Mimi ni one of you attendants. Narudi kukaa hapo chini. Niko tu na kimbelembele mingi. Kimbelembele ya Nairobi. Nimeleta kimbelembele ya Nairobi hapa. How are you guys? I'm so amazed that you kept time. You guys have kept time. This is a revolution. This is a revolution. I mean, if people didn't have the enthusiasm to come for this talk, they would have arrived at 11. That's just an indicator that kwamba mnataka kusikika. Sindio? Na leo ni siku ya kuongea. Siku ya kuongea. Unasikia mtu akisema kumwaga roho? Leo ni kumwaga roho. Ni kufungua. Aya, sio kumwaga roho, ni kufungua roho. Tunafungua roho. Ama mwingine atasema nyoo. Nyoo ni nini? Tunafungua roho. So welcome guys. You're looking amazing. Ready. Leo tuko tu tayari kuanguka nayo. Ama vipi? Do you guys sawa basi. I think you know, you guys I know how I'm going to bribe you. I've got some goodies here. And I have even more goodies. Sindio? Yeah? Let me just give you a snippet of what is going to happen. The more active you are, gifts zitakuwa zinatembea tu. Na jirani anaona. Hebu salimia jirani yako umwambie, usipokuwa active leo, gifts zitakupita. Just run around to the next person. Usipokuwa active leo, gifts zitakupita. Hii forum ikiisha kama hujaongea kitu, hata kama ni kucomplain kwamba pilau ilikuwa mbaya, utapitwa na kitu. Si ndio? Yeah? Ebu tujaribu hivi. Let me just show you. This side. Who is the Chief Justice of Kenya? Yes.
Justice Martha Koome. Lady Justice Martha Koome. Honorable Martha Koome. Honorable Lady.
He's ready to say now. He's ready to say. Sindio? Cheki.
Honorable Lady Justice Martha Koome.
Yes. That is correct. Makofi. Yeah? You choose a color. You choose a color. Yeah, you get another one to take to your special person. Yeah? Well, next question. Yeah? It's Honorable Lady Justice Martha Koome. Randomly here. When did Kenya get its independence? First hand up. Wamezuba, cha move hapa. Move hapa. Yes. 1963. 1963, correct. Sindio? Makofi. What's her name?
Crispin Olo.
Crispin got it right. Choose a color here. Sindio? Awesome. Makofi kwa Crispin. Nice. Sasa, redeeming time. Time to redeem yourself. Sindio? You ready? You ready? Justice in Swahili. Mkono. Yes. Backbench alibeba kwanza. Haki, correct? Justice in Swahili is haki, correct. Choose a color here. Yes. You guys are very sharp. Naona tunaenda vizuri, si ndio? Let's see. So, these guys have been very, very eager. Si ndio? Your question won't be very difficult. Whether you've been very, very eager. From the moment we started playing this game, you guys were very eager. Na mikono juu. Sasa, si tunajivunia kukua wa Kenya. Pale TikTok unaangalia kila kitu, Instagram unaangalia kila kitu, wengine yenu mna scroll vitu mpaka saa 8 ya usiku, saa 9. Ukijaribu kucomment on everything. So I presume you guys are very conversant with what is happening. So, this group here, which Kenyan musician band won a Grammy Award? Yes. Correct. Sauti Sol. Choose. Awesome. Ama muko mmejua hiyo? It's the only Kenyan music band that won a Grammy Award. So, what's your name, sir? Yes, let's clap for John Mark, please. Thank you. All right. Oh, wow. I didn't even know this one. Okay. So, guys, I'm actually using AI to give me the questions to hype you. So, our wing guys, okay? The wing guys. Hiyo group hapo mwisho. What is the national bird of Kenya? Hata pia mimi sikuwa najua hiyo. Apparently we have a national bird. Bird ndege. What's the name, sir?
Amugutu. Yeah. I think Jogo, rooster.
Sasa, hey, you have, wacha tujaribu tena mwingine, si ndio? Hai.
Milena. Rooster.
A roaster. She's also saying a roaster. Unajua mnasema roaster kwa sababu mnafikiria KANU. So, just one more person, okay?
Wilberforce. Cock. And
Jogo, a cock. Okay. Nilikuwa nafikiria ni ile ingine. Yes. What's her name?
Masia Maidi.
Sikia jina hapa. Lakini watu hawajakunywa breakfast by the way. Mecha breakfast wanakunywa saa ngapi? At 10. Breakfast ni at 10. Sawa? Yes.
Lilac. Lilac breasted something.
What is the name of the band?
Lilac.
Na nimenyona kumbe munajua kutype kwa chat GPT mbio.
Baraksana. Lilac Brista Roller.
Hii ina sound to chat GPT, sawa. So, now, here's the thing. So these guys, the lady and the guy, they are correct. Our national bird is called lilac-breasted roller. But here's the challenge now. What is the name in Swahili? Of course you get your bands. Sindio? But I don't want to give these guys a chance to go to ChatGPT quickly. What is the name in Swahili? Aha. Unaona mikono yenye ina type mbio?
Kambu. Kambu. Kambu.
Kampu. Kambu. Oh, amesema tuseme tu Kiambu lakini tusifike na K. So ni Kiambu. Amesema inaitwa Kiambu. Ile Kiambu.
Kambu.
Kambu. Is that correct? Sure. Awesome. So everyone who said Swahili, there was, yes? Yeah, well, English pia. Sindio? Yes. Who gave the English? There were two actually. Yes. And then there was someone else who was, yes, you go. Awesome. Awesome. All right. All right. So, you see, I've got, and I even have store. Okay, so now, guys, okay. I want to now advance kidogo, sindio? And I want to see if you guys actually know what the Law Society of Kenya is. Na kuna wengine na wajua ni mawakili hapa, sitakupatia mic. Kama wewe ni wakili tafadhali usibebe mkono. Sawa? Haya. First one. When was the Law Society of Kenya established? So, acha ni include mawakili pia on this particular question. When was the Law Society of Kenya established? She carried her hand first.
1948.
1948. Na kulikuwa na 1940? Okay. Wa 1946 mikono juu. 1948 mikono juu. So 1948 have it. Yes. Is that correct, Wanjeri? 1948. Aya, makofi. Oh, was it? No, you said 1946. 48. Okay. Makofi kwako. Oh, sure. You know, I even actually wanted to give you a better gift than that. Yes. Okay. Who? Hiyo mmeona kwa program. Nikauliza who is the president of the Law Society of Kenya? Of course mtasema, mmeangalia hapo kwa program. I wanted to ambush you. Okay. I want someone to mention two, okay. Randomly. Sindio? Can I just choose randomly? Okay. Here we go. Nimelemea huku. Wacha nijaribu this and see. Yes. What is public interest litigation?
Ni,
Ai! Ah! Ni wakili, si ndio? Okay.
ni kesi za umma.
Kesi za umma. Makofi. So, public interest litigation, kesi za umma. Anyone who knows some 2 cases that Law Society of Kenya is engaged in dealing with the public interest? Randomly. Where? Yeah.
The Adani deal. The what? Adani deal.
The Adani. Yes, correct. Makofi. Nice. Another one? Oh, yes. Please, measure. Follow around as you give out the gifts. Yes. This side, another case that you've seen the Law Society of Kenya has instituted in court, a public interest case. Okay.
The term extension bill that is about to be tabled in Parliament.
Is that, VP, is that correct? We are heading there. You're very close. Okay. Another last try. Yes? Back there. Can we get another mic that can go around? Yes. Yeah? Oh, Mikey Coco. Awesome. Yes. Okay.
3.
Pardon?
The Kitengela 3 on...
Oh, yes. Makofi. Come on, guys.
Actually, that was a big one because it was ordered.
Yes. All right. Yes?
That was a big one because we got very specific orders. Perhaps you need
yeah. Yes. Thank you, Naila. That was wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Law Society of Kenya Public Engagement Forum in Mombasa. Thank you so much for welcoming us. Tuko huku, majeshi wetu wa huku wako on the ground na mmewaona. Wana glow kama mafuta ya nazi. Naona Angeria na glow kama mafuta ya nazi hapa. Wow. But you guys are doing a great job on the ground here. And it's wonderful to see how you're very vocal about the human rights, access to justice, protection of human rights, access to justice, law reform, calling the government to accountability, the local governments to accountability, and all that, all right? So I want to take this opportunity to request all of us to stand up for the Swahili National Anthem so that we can begin this forum. And thereafter, we will have an an opening prayer from none other than Miss Naila Abdallah. All right. So we will sing alongside the national anthem, okay? Wote, tutaimba. Just a minute. We agreed we are going to sing So why are we quiet? Let's sing our national anthem together, sawa? And apologies for that, eh? Yes, but I just want us to sing the words. Okay? All right.
tuitenge jumuiya bora.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Wow. Whew. Hey. Hey. Brother, tulikutumia deposit kweli? But we also have been challenged. We don't know our songs. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give the floor for Miss Naila Abdallah to lead us in a word of prayer. Please welcome. Yes.
Thank you so much. I think National Anthem, it's a prayer on its own, yeah. But Gen Z, tuombe, how? Tunawasikiza? Tuombe? Tuombe. Tupate kaka mmoja Kiislamu atuombe kwa dua, alafu tutafunga na hiyo religion nyingine, Kristo. Anyone, dua? Dua? Where?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Shukran. I think you're proceeding so well. Let me check. Allow me to call Miss Natasha. Natasha, to continue with the sessions. Ama tuanguke nayo kidogo. DJ, ebu tupatie ya maandamano kiasi. Tupatie maandamano kitambo. Madam. Naona majenzi wame. Hi guys, mko sawa? Tuko sawa? Haya, karibu.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Naila. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning from this side. Good morning from this side. Yeah. And the very end, good. Breakfast is at 10, don't worry. So I'm very happy to be here. My name is not Natasha. Natasha was not able to make it to join us today. My name is Mary Keruriti. I'll be filling in for Miss Natasha, who is the chair lady of the LSK Coast Branch. When Mr. Were was giving the hype, Milisema LSK ilianzishwa 1948. Sindio? Huh? Yes, I knew it was 46. I was wondering where 48 came from. Ama ilikuwa democracy, wale walikuwa na most hands walishinda. You'll be impeached. So let me give you a small history. Law Society ilianzia hapa. 1946 ilianzia Nairobi. It all started here in Mombasa with something called the Mombasa Law Society that was formed in 1911. Yes. And the first court is also right here. Nani wameenda Fort Jesus? Wameenda Fort Jesus. Kuna kabla uteremko huko chini kuna mahali kuna Butterfly Park, I think. There's a court there where the Court of Appeal sits. That was the very first court in Kenya. So naona vitu zinaanzia hapa. Mambo mazuri zinaanzia hapa. So I'm very proud to have you here. Okay? I'm very happy all of you here today. and I am so pleased by the turnout. Thank you. Before I read the speech by our chair, may I take a moment to recognize any of the members of LSK Coast Branch Mombasa Law Society? If they're here, please stand up and just wave. Just wave. Asante sana for being here. I know you had other commitments, but you chose to be here. I thank you very much. So allow me to read the speech by our chairperson. Good morning to the President of the Law Society of Kenya, Faith Odhiambo, the Vice President of the Law Society of Kenya, Mwaura Kabata, the Council members of the Law Society of Kenya, and the Council members of the Mombasa Law Society, and members of the public, all protocols observed. Unfortunately, due to a family emergency, I am unable to physically join you for the forum today. However, I am ably represented by the Secretary General Mary Kiruriti and my council members, and I am with you in spirit due to the significance and importance of this public forum today. The Mombasa Law Society has always worked hand in hand with the Law Society of Kenya for matters of the public good. Over the past couple of months, the trajectory of the politics and leadership in Kenya has shifted immensely due to the Gen Z-led protests, to the extent that even the rest of the world is not only aware of it, but can feel and see the impact of the same. Unfortunately, as a result of the protests, the Kenyan people's rights have been trampled upon through extrajudicial means, such as extrajudicial killings, abductions, being held incommunicado, and the blatant disregard and disobedience of the Constitution, the rule of law, and court orders. During the protests, Mombasa Law Society, together with other stakeholders, such as the Coast Civil Society Network for Human Rights, Haki Africa, Kenya National Human Rights Commission, and Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists, and Dentists Union, ensured to offer pro bono services to protesters that had either been wrongfully detained and or had been injured during the protests. The Mombasa Law Society also established a toll-free number for the Mombasa region and the environs, and mobilized a group of advocates that were on standby to provide the necessary legal pro bono services to protesters, having taken a page from the Law Society of Kenya. Taking the above into account, what better forum is there to discuss the magnitude of these issues at length, other than such a forum today, where we can engage the public and sensitize the public on their rights? The purpose is to come up with solutions to ensure that human rights and justice are upheld, and that there is accountability by the government, which is charged with the responsibility and the duty to protect Kenyans and to uphold the law. I wish all members present today all the best in the discussions and deliberations, and pray for a Kenya that upholds constitutionalism, respects human rights, and embraces accountability. Signed, Natasha Ali Ari, Chairperson, Mombasa Law Society and Law Society Coast Branch. I thank you very much. May I now have the pleasure of welcoming the Vice President of the Law Society of Kenya, Mr. Mwaura Kabata.
Ndugu zangu hamjambo. Kwa jina naitwa Mwaura Kabata, mimi mzaliwa hapa Mombasa, wetu upande wa Magongo mwisho. Wale ambao wametoka Magongo mwisho mkono. Naona watu wetu wa kule nyumbani hawapendi mambo haya ya amani. Lakini mimi nipo basi, kwa hivyo umetoka Magongo mwisho? Umetoka Magongo mwisho? Upande gani? Si mimi natoka Bomwese. Upande gani wa Bomwese? Karibu na kwa nani? Meja nani? Nani? Wajua kwa kina Kiberenge? Nyumba yetu basi kando hapo. Kwa hivyo niko nyumbani mimi. Nawashukuru sana nyote kuja leo kwa maendeleo haya ya leo. Nina imani kwamba tutakuwa na majadiliano ya ukweli, majadiliano ya kuhimiza utendakazi wa serikali na pia kudumisha haki za kibinadamu. Ninafurahi kwa sababu nyote hapa nawaona kuna matumaini kwamba Kenya yetu ya siku zinazokuja itakuwa ni Kenya yetu sote na sio Kenya ya wachache wale mabwenyenye. Mimi nina furaha kwa sababu kama naibu rais wa chama cha mawakili Kenya napenda kuhimiza kwamba naibu, kwa sababu singependa kuwa kama mwenzangu ambaye siku ya leo amekalia kiti moto, lakini hayo ni ya kando ya usafiri wake. Tunamwombea pia afueni na Mwenyezi Mungu amlinde. Singependa kuchukua wakati mwingi kueleza umuhimu wa masuala haya ya leo, hasa kwa sababu kujihimiza na kushirikiana kwetu sisi kama vijana. Msituone hapa sisi hati tumechukua vyeo vya usukani kule Law Society of Kenya. Sisi sote ni vijana wadogo, sisi hatuna umri mkubwa, tupo hapa kwa miaka mingi. Umri wetu unaturuhusu sisi kuona Kenya kwa miaka zaidi ya 50 ama hata 70 inayokuja. Mkuu wangu Rais Faith Odhiambo, na nilimuona mwanabaraza wetu Elizabeth Wanjeri, alienda wapi? Lakini nilikuwa nimuona. Yupo hapa. Tuna furaha kwa sababu kile ama jamii ya mawakili ya Kenya na baraza lake limejitolea kuhimiza na pia kushirikiana na serikali katika masuala yale ya kisheria na utendakazi wa kuhimiza kwamba haki za kibinadamu na maendeleo ya kiuchumi na ya kijamii yanadumishwa. Hivyo kabla niendelee sana, wacha nichukue fursa hii pia kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kutuleta hapa sote pamoja. Pia ni washukuru wale walio andaa kikao hichi na wale waliofadhili sisi kuja hapa katika sehemu hii. Basi tatu, wacha nichukue fursa hii kumwalika Rais wa chama cha mawakili, jamii ya mawakili ya Kenya, Madam Faith Odhiambo. Wengi mnamtambua kwa sababu yeye ndio alikuwa anaanguka naye wakati huo, lakini mimi nilikuwa niko nyuma nafanya shughuli muhimu. Kwa hivyo hamkuniona sana, lakini nilikuwa nipo. Karibu sana Faith.
Mungu ni mwema na kila wakati. So allow me first to invite the entire Mombasa Council, Mombasa Law Society. Please come, the officials that are present. Wapigie makofi. These were my hands, my eyes, my ears, Mombasa, that even though I could not come here physically to follow up on the abduction cases, to ensure that all those who were arrested were freed, led by their chairperson, Natasha. So I thank you very much. Elizabeth Wanjeri. So give a big hand. This is Elizabeth. She's the post representative here and the National Council's hands. So if you can't reach me, the best person is Elizabeth, because she sits at the council and she's able to get any complaints, any of your issues, any of the challenges that you'd want the Law Society to intervene in. Thank you, Elizabeth. So ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our panelists and speakers of today, and most importantly, you who are seated in the room. Good morning. It's a great honor and with humility I stand here before you as the President of the Law Society of Kenya to welcome you to this vital public dialogue forum. Today we gather at a time when our country is witnessing significant social political shifts, particularly amongst the youth, who have emerged as strong advocates for change, accountability, and justice. Karibu sana to this beautiful city of Mombasa, and welcome to what I can assure you highly engaging and impactful public dialogue forum, as we all know. Mombasa is known for its hospitality, pristine beaches, and delicious fish. But today we are gathered here to dive deep into something else: justice, human rights, and accountability. I promise you, unlike your afternoons yesterday on these Sunday shows, today's discussion will not be a walk in the park. Our forum is themed upholding justice and human rights, strengthening accountability amid Gen Z protests, or in Kiswahili, kuadhimisha haki na haki za kibinadamu, kuimarisha wajibikaji katikati ya maandamano ya Gen Z. These are big words for some very real issues that have rocked our country in recent months. The Gen Z generation has woken up the people of Kenya, unapologetic, outspoken, and they have taken the streets and social media by storm, demanding their voices to be heard. But instead of being celebrated for their passion and vigor and patriotism to the country, many have faced abductions, unlawful arrests, and even worse, all in the name of silencing dissenting voices. The theme is not only timely but essential as we confront the current challenges to justice, human rights, and our democratic space in our country. Gen Z protests have made it clear that the voices of our youth, and by extension the voices of all citizens, demand to be heard and respected. These voices have brought forth difficult questions around state accountability, the right to peaceful protest, and the limits of government power in curbing civil liberties. We as the legal fraternity have a duty to engage with those realities head on. And as I say that, I say what we are facing right now, whatever political instability that we are seeing in our nation, should be a chance for us to also look and question. It's not about seeing who is versus who. The question is, what are the legal issues? What should the people of Kenya be expecting? What corruption cases are being highlighted that we can pick up and hold all individuals accountable? It doesn't matter the political party you're from. It doesn't matter what political position you're holding. It's time for us to open our ears, but keep our eyes on the ball. Let us not allow ourselves to be fragmented in political processes. Let us keep our eyes open, because it's time for us to ask harder questions. Because sometimes when others are fighting, information that would have never come to the fore is now coming to light. And so for the citizens is avoid the political side. Focus on what matters to you. Where has development gone? How have people been sharing positions versus actually giving you people who can serve the people of Kenya? Why opportunities are not open to the youth? Because you are not part and parcel of the table. It's high time that you make room for yourself. If they do not invite you, we pull the chairs ourselves and we sit down. At this point, I'm reminded of the wise words of Thomas Jefferson, who once said that when injustice becomes law, resistance becomes a duty. Indeed, the Gen Z protests have made it clear that the youth of this nation are on a mission to resist injustice and their rights. The events of the past few months have laid bare the tensions between state authority and citizenry's right to express dissent. The abductions and suppressions that have followed the Gen Z protests are stark reminders of the work that remains to be done to safeguard constitutional rights, particularly the freedom of expression, the right to protest, and the right to fair treatment under the law. In the last 5 months, we have witnessed not only the courage of Gen Z protesters, but also the grim reality of how dissent is being silenced. Many have been abducted, detained, or harassed without due process. You'd think we are watching a rerun of a bad Nollywood movie, only this time the villains are real. As the Law Society of Kenya, we said enough is enough. We have been at the forefront of defending these rights through our public interest litigation committee. We have filed several cases aimed at holding state actors accountable and securing justice for victims of unlawful repression. However, our mission does not end in the courts. It extends to forums like this, where we can foster open dialogue between civil society, government, and the legal profession on how best to uphold justice and protect human rights. But while we have taken these important steps, a lot remains to be done. This forum is part of the ongoing battle to ensure that justice will be done. As the Law Society of Kenya, we are not just defenders of the law in courtrooms, but also in the streets, public spaces, and even X spaces. We cannot afford to be spectators in this fight. Our first objective today is to address the elephant in the room, accountability. Accountability isn't just a good thing, it's a constitutional duty. And as Article 10 of the Constitution reminds us, our governance must be based on transparency, accountability, and good governance. I always tell people, Sheria haiji kwa macho ya upofu. Those who violate human rights in the name of the law enforcement must answer to those actions. As the legal fraternity, we are the guidance of justice and the rule of law. But accountability doesn't just end with court orders or legal submissions. We must also create a culture where accountability is the norm and not the exception. As they say, justice delayed is justice denied. Our youth are demanding immediate action. It's time for us to show that accountability is real and justice is not just a far-off dream. Our constitution is very clear. Freedom of expression is not a gift from the government, it's a right. There's no debate there. Article 33 guarantees it. What we have seen with the repression of protests, particularly the Gen Z movement, is a direct attack to this right. One might ask, where is the line? Well, let's be clear. There's a difference between expressing dissent and inciting violence. As responsible citizens, we must ensure that this distinction is understood. But in the same breath, citizens must be allowed to exercise their rights without the threat of abduction or illegal detention. As Nelson Mandela once wisely said, to deny people their human rights is to challenge their very humanity. This forum is not just about talking, it's about equipping you with the knowledge you need. As LSK, we are committed to public legal education. People must know their rights. Today's discussions will help break down legal avenues available to those who feel their rights have been trampled upon. If people do not know what the law provides, they cannot fight for justice. As they say, ignorance of the law is no excuse. It is a terrible disease. Finally, I want to emphasize that justice is not achieved in isolation. We must recognize the future of justice in Kenya lies in collaboration. We must collaborate with the government, civil society, and legal professionals to ensure a just society. The youth who are at the forefront of these protests must be seen not as adversaries, but as stakeholders in building a better nation. Let me end with this. Justice is like a bicycle. If one wheel is missing, you cannot move forward. We cannot allow injustice to paralyze us as a nation. Let us continue pushing, not just for ourselves, but for the generations to come. As we sit here today, I urge you to contribute meaningfully to these discussions. It's only through collective effort that we can create the just society we all aspire. I wish to thank each and every one of you coming here today. Your participation is important. The insights that you will share will shape the future of justice and human rights. As we engage in today's discussions, I encourage you to be open, candid, and solution-oriented. As we say in the legal world, moto upowaka tumekuja kuuzima. The Law Society of Kenya stands ready to continue its fight for justice, accountability, and human rights in our beloved country. It's my hope that today's forum will be a meaningful step towards achieving these noble goals. And something else that I hope to do, of course, with our colleagues here in the coast and all other regions, is to ensure that we do civic education. As we go through the laps to even the next election, how many of you have your national ID who are sitting in the room? How many have their national ID? How many don't? How many don't have a national ID? I didn't see all hands up. I didn't see all hands up. How many do not have their national ID? If you don't have your national ID, ensure you inform the members of the Law Society to ensure that we know the numbers and we can help you get your IDs. The best way to engage in indicating your right is by having that ID. You cannot vote without your ID. So if we make noise in the streets, or you make noise on Twitter, but you cannot exercise that democratic decision, then you're not helping the Gen Z movement that you so fought for. Ensure you get your national ID. It will determine a lot in your life. You're leaving your decision for these 5 years. Ensure that the next 5 years, whatever the decision may be, that it is your decision. Someone did not come to vote on your behest. God bless you all.
Makofi moja, mbili, tatu, nne, funga, fungua. Gen Z viva! Gen Z viva! That was a wonderful speech from our only stunning, beautiful, and ferocious President of the Law Society of Kenya. Makofi for her. Wow. Speaking after that, it's a whole tall order. And I've just seen already it has been tweeted that moto ukiwaka tunakuja. I've just seen that already. It's been tweeted. So we are tweeting LSK Citizen Assembly hashtag. Okay? Retweet. Go on LSK pages, retweet. LSK in Mombasa hashtag. LSK public dialogue forums hashtag. Retweet. Sawa? Yes. How many of you are now ready? Ready for what comes next? These are going to be wonderful sessions. Mecha, hiyo chai inatayarishwa. Because we need to sip tea. Because what is coming on stage is tea. Mumeona program kweli? Mumeona hizo majina? It's tea coming. It's piping hot. I hope the AC is good enough because what is coming is hot. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we welcome Miss Elizabeth Swanjeri to lead us in the next session. Makofi. Can I take a photo with my convener? Oh. Yes. Wonderful.
Watu wa Mombasa mambo vipi? So all protocols observed. Let me start by acknowledging the presence of our president, Madam Faith Odhiambo. Our VP seems to have stepped out. I want to acknowledge also the presence of our Mombasa Law Society officials. I'm seeing Sharon Shisia, Mary Kiruriti. I think those are the only ones I'm seeing. And Titus Mukanzi, sorry. So thank you for coming here. Thank you also all of you for being in attendance. Na washukuru nyote. Sio jambo dogo kuwaona mmekuja nyote hapa. Kwa hivyo tunawakaribisha. Now, our next plenary session, I'm the one who will be facilitating it. So it will be just talking on it will be just two victims who will be giving their stories. Say, mumeambiwa kuna chai? Sasa this is the tea. They'll give us the tea and the full tea. Hakuna ati sijui nilisikia hapana, they will tell you. So I would like to invite to the podium Isa Mohammed and Julius Wanyama. Julius Wanyama. Sorry? Okay. We are actually supposed to have a 40-minute session, so we will be supposed to be stopping at 9:30, and si time keeping ni muhimu. Tuache kuambiwa ati we are African timers, sindio? So we'll keep time. Now, perhaps we could start with introductions. You can introduce yourself, Mohammed.
Hi everyone.
Hello.
I'm kunywa chai kwanza alafu ndo turudi. Okay.
The next 15.
Okay. All protocols observed. My name is Isa Khalid Mohammed. I'm a law student at the University of Nairobi. I'm also a legal intern at an organization known as Sharia. Yeah, thank you.
Sorry?
It's okay. Mnanisikia?
Yes.
Vizuri, sio? Habari zenu? Habari zenu tena? Habari zenu tena? Okay, again, all protocols observed. My name is Isa Khalid Muhammad. I'm a third-year law student at the University of Nairobi, and I'm also a legal intern at an organization known as Kituo cha Sheria. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning. Kwa majina naitwa Julius Wanyama kutoka shirika la Haki Yetu. It's a human rights organization. I've been working there for the last 10 years as a human rights defender. And before we continue, kwa sababu leo ni siku ya Gen Z, ningeomba tusumame kwa dakika seconds. Tukumbuke wale Gen Z ambao wamefanya tumekaa hapa, walitupigania, waliumia. Tuwakumbuke for some few seconds. Tuwakumbuke. Roho za marehemu wote majenzi mashujaa wapumzike kwa amani. Asanteni. Asante.
Okay, so to my panelists now, you know you're here to give a first-hand account on your experience on what happened. So I'll start with you, Mohammed. Maybe you can describe what happened to you
Hi everyone again. Firstly, I'd say I was shocked when I saw my name up kwenye victims. I've had the experience of both being core ground and also working with Mombasa Law Society, KMPDU, Red Cross, and Gen Zs also, and IPOA. During the protest, I was more or less just gathering information from the Gen Zs who are at the ground, and all I can say is what they were giving me is no good news. We were all there. Wangapi walikuwa kwa protest by the way? Okay, naona Madam President hakupiga na tear gas. Okay, no, not in Mombasa though, sorry. So yeah, I myself, that was on Tuesday, 25th June 2024. We call it the big one, yeah? That was the day in Nairobi, our fellow Gen Zs walipata ku access parliament kidogo, wakaenda kuwasalimia, si ndio? And here in Mombasa, we had the biggest protest ever. Since I was born, sijaiona protest kama hiyo. And yeah, nilipigwa tear gas. I don't know why, but nilipigwa tear gas. All I can say is, during the morning sessions who were there, I think mtakubaliana na mimi, it was all peaceful, right? We were divided in various groups. Kuna wenye walipitia ferry, I think walitaka kuona ferry for the first time. Kuna wenye tulipita na hii side ya Posta, all in the aim of accessing, more or less we wanted to go say hi to the State House, yeah? But then on our way, we were stopped by police officers. From the group yenye mimi nilikuwa, tulisimamishwa pale Mombasa Law Courts. Before we could even like cross it, police tayari walikuwa pale. They didn't even want to listen to us. Wamesimama, hakuna kupita. So we had to wait there for like 20 minutes, try negotiating with them. We were peaceful, hakuna mtu amebeba mawe, but still nothing. Then tukatumia the other way around. Kapitia na kwa office ya governor, and as politicians, the governor and other MCAs and MPs, I think, utilized the opportunity, but as Gen Zs, I heard them shouting, including me, hatutaki siasa, our movement is different, we are faceless, we are leaderless. And then, all I can say, the morning session was okay. Nothing, no intervention by the police. Sasa after lunch up, sijui walienda wakakula sima, ama nini, tear gas ndo ilikuwa ziko kwa pot zinatolewa. I remember after lunch, I had gone to uni, in Mombasa campus. I was with some of my colleagues who are seated over there. As we were leaving, tukakutana na a good number of people. They were all shouting like, musiende huko. Police hata hawakuulizi swali, wanakupiga. Just like that. And we were kind of worried, like, why? Na asubuhi ilikuwa just a normal, good and peaceful protest. Hakuna mawe ilirushwa. So, curiosity as Gen Zs, tukataka kwenda kuona. So Mombasa iko na vichochoro mingi, so we had to use a different way. And yeah, police were like directly engaging the protesters now. Okay, I'd say some of the Gen Zs made a bad move, ile kuwasha moto, kuweka taya kwenye barabara. But then that doesn't mean as a police officer, you have the right to throw tear gas at them now. Just because wamewasha tu hiyo moto, you could just talk to them, waambie, okay, you keep on doing what you did in the morning, but msiwashe hizi moto nini. Na it seems like wale jamaa walikuwa hataki hawaelewi lugha. Wakaanza kurusha tear gas. Unaona watu wanakimbilia tu na zile fimbo zao. Sasa you have no choice but to run. The saddest part is you are running away from people who are supposed to protect you. And then penye unakimbilia sasa, goons do hao. I remember there's this group iliingia side ya Markiti. Unfortunately, some of them, they were mugged. Sasa unaona, you're placed in between the one who is protecting you, anakukimbiza, na the one you are being protected from, pia anakukimbiza. Ni kama walikuwa pamoja fighting against you. Na sasa, it was a very disturbing situation, whereby unaona sasa, the ones who you want to depend on, hauwezi depend on them. Na I think most goons and gang members wali realize hiyo mapema, and they took the opportunity. We noticed it on Thursday 27th, when most who are posing as protesters walikuwa tu just goons. Various videos zilitembea, and ikaonekana tu watu wanaibiwa just like that. So that the turnout ilikuwa kidogo after the Tuesday protest. Turnout ya Gen Zs in Mombasa ikaanza kuwa kidogo just because of that.
Okay, you finished? Yeah. So, okay, thank you for your experience. So let's go maybe to Julius Wanyama atuambie.
Yes.
What was your...
Yes, I'm not a victim, but I was there together with the civil society of Mombasa. I've seen CSO's members who are here. One of the approach we were doing in supporting Gen Z during the protest, and we wish that should continue, it was the use of the active non-violent approach. And I remember most of the young people who were coming in the street, we used to facilitate or provide them with messages and placards. And the idea behind, we wanted them to use those to help them identify themselves against other goons who are being sent by political leaders during the demonstration. So this was a very critical part we played as an institution. At the same time, we provided a toll-free line. We had a toll-free line, we had a situation center, and it happened that hiyo toll-free line iliunganishwa kwa simu yangu. So all the calls nilikuwa na receive distress calls, napata simu zikipigwa, then I have to link with LSK, niwaambie kuna simu imepigwa, Kenya Medical Unit niwaambie zimepigwa, ni mtu fulani ameshikwa, amegongwa, amekanyagwa. And some of the calls hazikuwa mzuri because mtu anakupigia simu usiku, anakuambia amekwama kwa sababu ameshindwa kurudi ama ameshikwa. Hujui kama kesho ataamka, hujui uko wapi. Unai-own your responsibility ya kuhakikisha kama amepata msaada ama hajapata. Being a new experience, kwamba you are handling calls, because the toll-free line ilikuwa iko all the way paka Lamu, Taita, people are calling for help. So to me, this was a bit challenging. It was not easy because we were not prepared. No one was prepared. Nobody knew this will happen. People thought it would be peaceful. We didn't know that it will end up to people being shot, wauawe. So to me, this was a big task. It was a big challenge. And I'm hoping that this forum is going to help us to be more prepared, to be more focused, to have clear strategies. How are we moving forward now that we have this experience and you have brothers and sisters ambao wamepoteza maisha because we are not prepared. Thank you.
A follow-up. Mr. Mohammed, you indicated you're a law student. Maybe as a potential advocate in future, I would like to ask you, did you know any of your rights as you participated in these demonstrations? And before you answer that, what made you go to the streets in the first place?
Okay, what made me go to the streets? Just like any other Gen Zs, first of all, I didn't know. The first week, the first protest happened on Thursday. I didn't know what was going on. Then I started following up with my colleagues, kwa groups, university, people who were talking about it. And especially the Tuesday 25th, everyone was talking about it. We show up, we go stand for our rights. Then I started following up on the whole issue. Why are we going to the streets in the first place? And then I realized this protest, it's all about the anti-finance bill. People don't want it because of the way of the wordings zenye ziko hapo ndani, for example, over taxation and all that. So I found it to myself that I'm the future, and if I don't stand up for my right now, I'll be the one who's going to suffer. My children are the ones who are going to suffer, my family members, my friends. And so I decided, with most of my colleagues, we decided, okay, you know what? Let's show up, let's raise our voices, possibly, and perhaps we'll be heard. And truly, yeah, we were heard.
Mr. Wanyama, as a member of the civil society, perhaps you could tell us, you were on the ground as the demonstrations were going on. Now, in your observation, how would you rate the police service in the manner in which they responded during the demonstrations from what you experienced?
I'll say worse. The police, I don't know how the police whom we have been engaging through police reforms. So many CSOs, so many human rights organizations have spent a lot of money in supporting police reforms. And we expected our police to be reformed and to behave better during the demonstration. They did not, and we were disappointed because money was spent. So police clearly showed that we have not moved a step in terms of police reforms in Kenya. Because we cannot have an institution yenye tunaitetea, but at the same people wanapiga watu ambao wanawatetea. So to me, I think there's a lot needs to be done with the police reforms, and to help them realize that demonstration is not about them being manipulated by specific quarters, kuharibu maandamano ya amani. So I think there's a lot need to be done. We are not saying they are bad. It's only that they have accepted to be manipulated. They have the law which protects them. Our constitution protects them. Lakini wamekataa embrace. I think it's high time our police need to accept and embrace our constitution. Wakijua iko pale kuwatetea.
So just as a follow-up to what you have said, in dealing with maybe victims of police brutality or abuses of human rights, have you found that maybe what has been the experience of the victims? Are they willing to give their side of the story or they are not?
One of the challenge, most of these cases, especially in Mombasa, one of the challenge we have, and I'll be honest, there is no clear documentation on these cases. So sometimes following up these cases is very challenging. Challenges of witnesses. As a human rights network, we are trying to find the best way possible to have a systemic way of documenting any brutality and excessive use of force by the police and the violation police are doing, and how victims come in, report, document, and do all those follow-ups. That is one of the gap we have in Mombasa. I hope if we improve on that, then our cases will be easily be handled and go to conclusion. And then we have family members who are very scared. I don't know, kama wanakuwa intimidated. They report a case, tunaianza in between nasikia tumemwachia Mungu. So we don't know hii kumwachia Mungu ni vitisho ama anamwachia Mungu kwa sababu ameamini. And we know sometimes kuachia Mungu kuna mtu amekutishia. So that is also some of the challenges tuko nazo, and that's why we find some cases in Mombasa don't go far because of that.
Okay, Mr. Mohammed, your comments?
Just to follow up on that, as I had mentioned earlier, I was part of this Coast Coordination Hub, which consisted of Mombasa Law Society, KMPDU, Red Cross, and all other CSOs. We were, during every day when a protest was occurring, we were having a meeting, more or less the situation room, at 4, discussing whatever was going on during that day. And I, for one, was the one who was making calls to every members when you are Kokwa ground, including the Gen Zs, the members of these organizations and CSOs. And all I can say is the victim's story kupata huwa ni shida, in the sense of there are these two victims who are abducted, and then we found them. They're from Kilifi. It was very hard for us to get their side of the story, because for one reason is they are traumatized. What they were telling us is what they experienced where they were taken wasn't good. I love the second one is that fear, as my colleague here has mentioned, that fear of what if I speak out? What will happen next? Keeping in mind that tayari asha suffer before. So what will happen to them? Is their security guaranteed? Now, that's why I mentioned the ones who we are depending on to protect us, the police officers, are more or less in cahoots with the ones. They could even be, I'm not saying they're the ones, but all I'm saying is they could even be involved in the abduction. So it was very hard to get their side of the stories because of fear and the traumatic experiences that they've undergone.
Okay, so Mr. Mohammed, when you spoke, you said that, and which is right, that the police are actually supposed to protect you, which is true, and that was their purpose actually when they participated in the demonstrations. So you found it weird that you were running away from the people supposed to protect you. So in this whole experience, how has it affected you? In terms of even in your belief in the authority and relevant figures of authority, how has this experience affected you?
As I said earlier, it was the worst experience, running away from the people who are supposed to protect you. Mentally, as of now, I don't really trust them, because even during our meetings, the situation room meetings, I remember there was this meeting when we were leaving. I was asking Mary, how is my security guaranteed? Because I was finding myself making phone calls to every coastal counties and calling out the ones who police officers, to be precise, for their mistakes, for the offenses that they have committed. And so I was finding it quite hard to believe that these guys are the ones going to protect me, because for one, I was calling them out. I was issuing out reports regarding the shootings that Nyali fanya, the killings and all that. So it's very hard for someone to convince me now to trust them.
Mr. Wanyama, as a member of the civil society, having seen the way victims were victimized, some were injured, others lost their family members, people died, what resources or services were there to help the people in the recovery, or even recovering their lost people, or in the process of burying their dead? What resources were available?
We saw all over the country people were contributing to support the families and the victims. And we had different institutions, the KMPDU, the Law Society. People committed resources. Resources were not just coming from one quarter, but people committed resources. We saw people gave out their cars in some places. People fueled cars just to see that life and property is being protected. And the issue of demanding for the government to be accountable also came in from different quarters. And we have seen even Gen Zs themselves going out and asking the government to compensate the family members ambao walipoteza watu wao. We have seen there are some quarters where people are not able to pay medical bills. So that solidarity of people pulling in their resources, hata kama hawana, to me that was very unique, very special. And we hope that clearly shows that Kenyans have only one common enemy: issues of accountability.
Okay, so according to you, the citizens were actually united in this movement.
Exactly.
And there's nothing the government did to assist them.
I don't remember anywhere the government did anything to any of those people who were injured or lost. I don't. If there is one, then labda hiyo siku nilikuwa nimetoka hapa Kenya, nilikuwa siko. Lakini kama nilikuwa na I don't remember mahali mtu alitoa pesa unless ulipewa ukanyamaza. Lakini I don't remember government committing anything to anyone. Hata hapa Mombasa, I don't remember. Yes.
So maybe we can ask as a follow-up: are there any avenues that are there for the victims and the family members of the victims? Any avenues that are there to seek for recourse?
Yes, they are there. If I know there are so many institutions here who are providing mental health and psychosocial support, which is very critical into the process of demonstrations. So we need people to just identify an institution which provides mental health and psychosocial support. If you go to a professional counselor, you will be charged, you will pay. But if you go to human rights organization, you will be given for free, both for you and the family members. We only need to start building this culture of letting people trust specific institutions, come out, speak, and then you'll be able to overcome all those challenges. So the support is there, the institutions are there, the issue of mental health psychosocial support is there. And we have also the leadership of the CSOs and the CSOs members here are providing a safe space. I like how the Law Society is really collaborating with CSOs. There's a safe space there where people can go in and report. The only challenge we are having, and this has to come out clearly, is the component of the witness protection unit. I think the Law Society need to strengthen that component of the witness protection unit. It's there, but very silent. Most of the people don't know much about it. And if at all it's supporting people, I've not seen, maybe in vile ni siri, supposed to be secret, but it has to come out strongly and really protect the victims and the family members and people who want to testify.
Okay. Mr. Mohammed, perhaps now, after experiencing what you experienced, has it affected your resolve to participate in future demonstrations?
No.
Okay, so you'll be willing to participate again?
I'll be willing, and I'm also calling out for to my other Gen Zs. We go out again, and this time we go out stronger, better.
That is encouraging. Now, when we know that at some point the demonstrations were, like you said, were infiltrated by goons, and they were actually even attacking the demonstrators. Now, in that particular setting, what came into your mind in terms of who had actually brought them there, or why were they there?
The question of who, I don't know, because if I'm being honest, this protest ilikuwa online. Everyone was seeing it, and if we'll be lying if you're saying that these goons don't have funds, don't have family members who actually tell them, oh yeah, kuna protest, by the way, we are going to stand up for our rights. So the question of who, I don't know, but I'm sure they've seen it online and then decided, okay, this is an opportunity for us to infiltrate these protests and pretend like we're protesters, but deep down we have our own ambitions.
Okay. Mr. Wanyama, maybe I can ask you, has anything positive come out of the demonstrations?
Yes. Our president toned down. And now, all what we are seeing currently, the fight between the president and the deputy president and the confusion in parliament and everything, it's because of that demonstration of Gen Z. That to me, it has brought waves of so many conversations, so many changes, and these waves are still growing big and big. It was a drop in the ocean, but it has brought a lot of waves. And to me, it's really a positive impact. The other one, wamebadilisha, sisi kitambo maandamano yetu yalikuwa ni paka twende barabarani. Since 1992, wale wanajua kwenda kwa barabara. But Gen Zs, wameiweka kwa mtandao, the social media impact, the platform wanatumia. It has really changed how people communicate. Hata kama nilikuwa nikijiuliza, kitambo tulikuwa tukitaka kudemonstrate, tunaenda kuomba notification kwa polisi. Tunasema nitaandamana saa fulani. Then nikienda kwa space, hakuna mtu ameomba notification, mkutano inafanywa, mtu anabandikwa vizuri, anaelezewa, hakuna notification, and it's being accepted as a public participation forum. So to me, that is the positive impact nimeona na Gen Z wametuletea. Maybe just to go back to him, mimi I'll not be economical with truth, lakini si Gashagwa. ni kwamba it's clear with my colleagues, the CSOs members tulikuwa tukitembea nao, the goons were brought to the street by politicians. Sio ati ni kitu ya kubahatisha. Waliletwa because when we started, like what he said, when we started in the morning, it was very peaceful, but we could see patterns and trends of young people in the crowd behaving in a manner that wanakuwa coordinated on what to do and what not to do. In fact, walikuwa wanatembea mpaka wanaona wanaambiwa ni at what point wasonge mbele, at what point wakuwe katikati, at what point wa disappear. You could see that pattern. So clearly, hawangekuja wakieka hizo patterns kama there was no one behind it. And we all know politicians played a key role. I don't want to mention names. We know them, people know them, but they played a key role in causing chaos and destroying a very peaceful movement.
Maybe I can give Mohammed an opportunity to say if there were anything good that came out of the demonstrations.
One positive change that I've seen is we've made one step forward as a country, and the youths, to be precise, we've woken up. We are no longer waiting for a politician to tell us, let's go to the streets, so that we can stand up for his needs, but rather we have identified our own, we know our rights, and we've decided, okay, this is the way forward to go, and we are doing it 100%. And one thing I'm proud of my fellow Gen Zs is that when we decide to do something, we give it 100%.
Okay. You have said you know your rights. Now, in the coastal region, it's common for people to say we are slow. Wao wanasema sisi hatuna haraka, satujui mambo. Do you think now people are more informed, or they were informed then? What is the situation before and after?
I think the whole notion of coastarians being slow here, that's been a slogan. It will keep on going.
So it's stereotyping. It's
stereotyping, yeah. But the public already knows. They used to know. I'm not going to say that the millennial group, no offense, were being ignorant, but rather we've seen a difference between these two groups, the Gen Zs and the millennials. I remember growing up, you could hear like grown-up people, that's what you used to call them. They kind of identify a problem, but then there's this whole notion of, tamachia Mungu, I don't want to be involved. But deep down, it's going, he or she, that person doesn't know if it's going to affect their children. And of course, it has been affecting us. And so we've seen that as a motivation and decided that, okay, we're not going to be like our fathers or mothers. They did their part, no offense to them, but we're not going to be ignorant as them.
Okay. Mr. Wanyama, maybe as a member of the civil society, do you think the coastal population is well aware of their rights, and are they willing to come out to fight for them?
Yes. They are well aware, and they are willing to come out. But we all know that the political class has been always behind this, dragging coastal people behind. wanaweka uoga, wanawagawanya in terms of ukoo, kitu kama hiyo. But coastal people are aware. Coastal people are not slow. Hata tumeangalia hapa, mmesema law society ilianzia wapi? Mombasa. Hapa ndio kwenye chimbuko la mambo yote. So people are aware. It's only that coastal people, wengi wao, they're a bit strategic. Wanakaa wamakinike, wenyewe wanakuambia lazima umakinike ndio uchukue hatua. I think kule kumakinika, kama mtu anakuona ni kukua slow, then kama anakosea. But people are aware. The only thing we need ni tupate watu wa kutupatia hiyo booster moral ya kuendelea na hii kazi. That is the only thing we need, but people are aware. And now that Gen Zs wameanzisha, hakuna kurudi nyuma. Vile amesema ni kweli, people from 40 and above kulizembea kidogo hapo. Kuanzia 40 kwenda juu, watu walizembea. 40 kurudi chini, wamechangamka, wameamka. Kile kitu nitaomba, wale 40 kama mimi 40 kwenda juu. Mimi ni mzee 40 kwenda juu. Our work is so simple. Tupatie hawa Gen Z support. Tuwapatie platform. Tuwapatie stage. Believe me, kile ambao si hatukuweza kufanya, these guys are going to do it. We only need to give them that support. They will do it. Okay. Believe me, they'll bring that change. Yeah. So let's give them that support. Yes.
Yeah, I think you've preempted my next question. I was actually going to ask you, have we given the Gen Z enough support? And I'm sure, Mohammed, you'll say they have not given you enough support, isn't it? Or have you gotten support as the Gen Zs? Do you think the Gen Zs got enough support? No, just say the truth.
Not really. But me personally, I'd say I did get the support. But if it's not going to help everyone if it's just one person getting that support. I'm glad the office I'm working with gave me the necessary platform to also help in fighting for the cause. But all I can say is the support that they've given me, other organizations, other CSOs, leaders also included, even our parents, I'm calling out for them to even issue out the support to the rest of us, so that in case if there's something else coming, and I'm sure as Gen Zs, we usually say there is something coming, there's something cooking. In the next, never know, protest, you give us the necessary platform, and as my colleague here said, we will deliver.
So now, as we finish up, maybe Mr. Wanyama, you can tell us, regarding police brutality and abuse of human rights, what is important for people to know going forward?
I think as part of the support and what is important, one, as CSOs, we need also to give some strategic, active, non-violent approaches to Gen Zs. There are so many, we have more than, 100, 200 active non-violence approaches. We are seeing what people are doing in the rest of the world, that people can still demonstrate past their agenda and the message will go. Because also rights comes with responsibility. So we need to find a way of isolating those who have accepted to be manipulated and those who are fighting for a cause. So that is what we need to do. With the police, I think I will request that civil society institution to start engaging the police. We should be the go-between the Gen Zs and the police. We should not allow police to harass young people who are doing what we were not able to do then. So we should be go-between. We should be their shield. We should be able to, because we have started engaging the police long time ago on police reforms. They're aware of this. There are so many documents which are out there. We were there when the Maraga-led task force, when they were requesting for comments. We were there and we went to ask the government to provide specific items for police to perform. But the same police who are defending them to be given good houses, cars, good salary, insurance, na hiyo nyingine. We wrote this in recommendations. They're the same people tena wanatugonga na sindo tunaomba kule mshahara mzuri. So CSOs should be in between the police and Gen Zs. We protect them, they demonstrate, they push the cause, we negotiate with the police and making sure that these young people are safe. Thank you.
So have there been any efforts made by civil organizations to start that process of being a go-between?
Yes. The efforts are there. It's only that they need to realize that they're only working for the constitution. They're not working for politicians. They are not there to be manipulated. They are there to serve the public. They are there to serve the taxpayer. When this goes into their mind, I think things will change.
Okay, so Mohammed, maybe you tell us what you think people should know going forward regarding police brutality and abuse of human rights.
I think we, first of all, we should work hand in hand with the legal section to bring about the whole essence of accountability of these police officers who are involved in these killings, shootings, and injuring peaceful protesters. And also going forward, I think, okay, they do know it's not the right thing to do, but also I think we should find a way to come up, discuss with them, bring them to our places, like, okay, what if it was your son, your daughter, how would you have felt?
Okay. So I think we've come to the end of our first discussion. So thank you very much to my panelists, Mr. Mohammed and Mr. Wanyawa. I think it has been a very insightful session. I also participated in the demonstrations, and I was there, in fact, when people were being shot at Cafe Point. And I must say also that the media did misrepresent that particular story, because what was reported, especially on Citizen, was not what happened. And in fact, those videos, we are the ones who shot the videos that actually showed what happened. So I hope to see you guys fighting more for your space. No one will come to fight for you. People say they're afraid of dying. At the end of the day, I said, it is human nature to want to live, but at the end of the day, none of us is going to live here alive. So you better fight for what is yours. I keep saying I'd rather die standing than live on my knees. So I encourage all of you to keep engaging the police. I'm not saying you should be suicidal, but when you're called to fight, I think you should all come out. So thank you for participating in this. So I will call Mr. Were, to come and continue with the program.
Thank you so much. Makofi. Hey, that was, oh, that's better, yes. Kumbe microphone is on a different pitch. This is a hall. Okay. So, as we simmer on what has just happened here from the panelists that we've had, I want us to have a bit of dancing, all right? As we go to serve tea, as you prepare your stomach so that you can serve some tea and have it quickly. Our tea break is 20 minutes, okay? These 20 minutes, this is how we are going to do it. If you're seated on this side, kuanzia from our winner of Lilac. You remember you answered Lilac? So from here, okay? Kurudi huku. You use that door to go serve your tea. Sawa? Tuko pamoja? Yeah? Ama niwaambie kwa ile lugha yetu kuli pamoja. And then from here to here. Sindio? From here to there. We use that door to go serve tea. And then from here, hadi huko, we use that door to serve tea. We have 20 minutes Please don't take too much time on the line. You serve quickly your tea, and then you come back inside here. Sawa? So that we can proceed. And as we serve our tea, we have a special artist in the house, Mr. Karisa, who is going to sing. Anaweza kutuangushia mistari. Actually, nilikuwa nataka niseme kusing, lakini nimerealize nitakuwa na underread. Ni kuangusha mistari actually. Let's put our hands together as we welcome Karisa. Yes. So serve your tea, come back inside with it. Sawa? Yes.
Uko ngabado unachukuliwa madam, so anguka nao itabaki mflo na vibe. Anguka nao koko single for now. Mdagris mteja patikani hadi late night saa 6 ndo tani wai. Nikupin location na nikofana na hii. Tukate call niko chomba ya G. Mimi najua utakuwa irizo riris. Acha nikushow kwanza form ya Don. Nishashika mpua na twende chini kwa chini akiwa hadi na mimi. Sasa tunasikiza Shin City tuna feel free. Teka video na post pale NGC. Jina ni Cantel Kurapsi ni talent.
Yo. Mambo vipi? Mambo vipi? Kwa majina naitwa Karisa Fondo. Wengine wananiita Rajab Karisa. Lakini leo hii sahi nataka muniite Rajkari. Rajkari kutoka Mombasa. Mswahili wa Mombasa, kwa hivyo ni Rajkari, Mswazi wa Mwambao. Kama vipi? Leo nataka kuangushia kibao ambacho nimekuwa nacho tangu 2020. Hii ndo mara ya kwanza na perform. Yeah. So it's an honor to be here. Na imekuwa kwa kichwa yangu kwa muda. This is a special song about our country. Venye mambo inaenda mazee, viongozi wetu, zile vitu wanafanya, zile corruption, kila kitu, madeni mazee yanaongezeka, pesa tunachukua tujui tunafanyia nini. So I wrote something about it, man. Yeah, so watu wanapo serve chai, DJ labda wachie kibao kiasi. Yeah. Ni Rajkari, Mswazi wa Mwambao. Fikra leo ya jana usitamani. Mla leo, mla jana kalani. Tushikamane wenye nchi, tuilinde nchi yetu. Sote tukae kwenye kuchi, tuvilinde vilivyo vyetu. Fikra leo ya jana usitamani. Mla leo, mla jana kalani. Tushikamane wenye nchi, tuilinde nchi yetu. Sote tukae kwenye kuchi, tuvilinde vilivyo vyetu. Wamenena kunena ila maji yageuzi mkondo. Ada ya mja kunena muungwana ni vitendo. Wameahidi ya kwa hili na nataka kuona maendeleo. Wanaona bora kufisiti tamaa wamegeuka kileo. Nchi ni yetu sote, rasilimali ni zetu sote. Imefikia kiwango badilifu mada na ufanyia popote. Tangia demokrasia ingie, si mwongo sani mwongo. Hivyo yapaswa tutulie kabla nchi haijageuka hongo. Fikra leo ya jana usitamani. Mla leo, mla jana kalani. Tushikamane wenye nchi, tuilinde nchi yetu. Sote tukae kwenye kuchi, tuvilinde vilivyo vyetu. Fikra leo ya jana usitamani. Mla leo, mla jana kalani. Tushikamane wenye nchi, tuilinde nchi yetu. Sote tukae kwenye kuchi, tuvilinde vilivyo vyetu. Yupi kiongozi mzuri, yuwapi kiongozi mui? Kila mmoja aweza sema sori ila kufisha ngoza chui. Mwanzo wanaomba kura, wakipata wanajificha, wakipita ngorora, angalia kila mchicha. Kufananisha pundamilia na simba mtoto, sawa na kufananisha dunia na sayari Pluto. Wakipewa usukani utajua mbaya nani. Tusijifanye ni bukeni, tugeuze miji na mashinani. Fikra leo ya jana usitamani. Mla leo, mla jana kalani. Tushikamane wenye nchi, tuilinde nchi yetu. Sote tukae kwenye kuchi, tuvilinde vilivyo vyetu. Fikra leo ya jana usitamani. Mla leo, mla jana kalani. Tushikamane wenye nchi, tuilinde nchi yetu. Sote tukae kwenye kuchi, tuvilinde vilivyo vyetu. kuagana lawama imekuwa jambo dogo. Waradhi mafahima au shino wapeane visogo. Huwezi fananisha vitega uchumi na visaga uchumi. Imekuwa mali ya watu binafsi wanakula 10 kwa 10. Jamani watu washikane, hatuna budi madeni yalipwe. Binafsi kabila ufisadi na uchafu pengine utupwe. Tukiamua taifa letu tunaweza liosha na moto mmoja. Tushikane wazalendo tufikirie kesho yaja. Fikira leo ya jana usiatamani. Mlali leo, mla jana kalani. Tushikamane wenye nchi, tuilinde nchi yetu. Sote tukae kwenye kuchi, tuilinde vilivyo vyetu. Fikira leo ya jana usiatamani. Mlali leo, mla jana kalani. Tushikamane wenye nchi, tuilinde nchi yetu. Sote tukae kwenye kuchi, tuilinde vilivyo vyetu. Hivi ndo mambo yalivyo. Tusijifanye na hamnazo. Jamani tushikane, ndio uchumi uzaane, na amani tunene, ndio tufanane. Rajkari Swazi wa mambao. Wasee tufikirie, weka bongo chini, fikra ifikirie leo. It's all about today. Rajkari Swazi wa mwambao. Asante sana DJ. Wataka kuanguka nayo.
Tushasikia tukiingia niko class. Huko anga bado unachukuliwa madam, so anguka nao itabaki meflow na vibe. Anguka nao koko single for now. Dagis mteja patikani. Hadi nice saa 6 ndo taniwai. Nikupin location alikofana na hii. Sukate call niko chomba ya G. Mimi najua utakuwa irizo release. Acha nikushow kwanza form ya Don. Nishashika mpoa na twende chini kwa chini akiwa hadi na mimi. Sasa tunasikiza Shin City tuna feel free. Teka video na post pale NGC. Jina ni Anthem to rap ni talent G. Anguka nao. Anguka nao check it. Anguka nao twende down low now. Stand up to your feet mikono juu alafu click. Tuliza pesa alafu one leg. Anguka nao one leg. Anguka nao. Anguka nao.
Mimi ni mzabibu.
Baba ni mkulima na ni mpatai. Jalani matunda mchaka kule. Ndio upendeza kwa kwenu.
Namba mimi ni mzabibu.
Baba ni mkulima na ni mpatai. Jalani matunda mchaka kule.
Namba mimi ni
Analando nyinge Yesu timono Ochiero Lazaro Ejio neno Imoniye kumi Yesu Rozo Biro loeni Te Mwekatika Mbora Bien Martin 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 Bien Martin
Mishuka now, change cut na chao. Maskingo mingi na hizo dead zao. Eyo selector, goda tena kwanza chuma stingoni. Kwelewa Daystar, Emily atoti na mebeba Kevin anakaka Gen Z 22-23 na ule rakupenda masanteni enemy Nyali na machaji tukine
Extra pressure, baby, when you wind and fall. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy. Extra pressure, baby, when you wind and fall. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy. I had to put my life on pause and follow you where you're going. And if I make you my business, I suffer no loss. Cause I'm in love and it's showing. No force, can't separate. Baby, no law, keep me away. I take you on tour. Pretty baby, I'll give you something to live for. My girl, extra pressure, baby, when you wind and pause. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy. Extra pressure, baby, when you wind and pause. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy, of course. You're killing the boy.
Your back, broke off your back, broke off your back. If you broke off your back, broke off your back, broke off your back. Girl, you know you got the glue, know you got the glue, know you got the glue. Come broke off your back, broke off your back, broke off your back, girl. Who you are ramp with? On a game, anytime you're ready, girl. Let me name. The place gets wet like in a rain, and I make you feel high like on a plane. She say I saw the love, the act. Baseline sweet and I touch this spot. Dancing, she love do that. Girl, touch the chat. Come wine to the broke off your back, broke off your back, broke off your back. If you broke off your back, broke off your back, broke off your back. Girl, you know you got the glue, know you got the glue, know you got the glue. Come broke off your back, broke off your back, broke off your back, girl.
She's on the regal, I'm saying. Them call him, ladies, joys, them love him. Lord of mercy. They look so nice. They look nice on and on. When they walk, it gets so good. I'm in love with them girls in the world. And when they smile, he's in the mood. She's only with beauty. Cause they are the ladies really well. One more time. Cause they are the ladies really well. Baby jump around town, cause I really tell them my baby give a love, and a baby come around town, I give me little love. Regional king, I'm gonna run things. All of them are pretty girls, give me some love. Cause I really tell them, baby jump around town, I kiss a reggae time, and a baby come again.
Iyo mi inamo, uko nyuma yaliyo moyamo. Hey, binti wa magamo, come closer and give me some more. Kama tunda lilimshinda Adamu akashindwa kuvumilia, sa kwa nini tuitane binamu? Nina nyongo itatumbukia. Ulimi ukipitiliza unanimaliza, mwenzako bado najiuliza, hivi ni kweli ama tunaigiza? Moyo mezama kwake bila yeye siwezi toboa. Mindo fundi wa raha zake na twanga na kukoboa. Alinikumbatia, mkono wa kushoto kunigia, zikanipanda hisia, na nilipochuchumia maji yakatoka. Ameloa, ameloa, ameloa na mvua. Ameloa, ameloa, amenyeshewa na mvua. Mtoto ameloa, ameloa, ameloa na mvua. Ameloa, ameloa, amenyeshewa na mvua.
soko mwenye sauti nyororo, mususu ya sorondombo na bando letu la buku twapeluzi mpaka tumoro. Mambo iko huku penzi twalila kwa soro, anipelekesha msobe msobe kama fuso la panda mlima, na nilivyofundi kuchelewesha kobe kobe simpidu skonzima nzima. Mkoroge sumu mwenye vijiba vya roho yatawatoka mapunye mumwe kwa shako, tena wavimbe na wanune ishakuwa yako. Itafune hii mumunye ifike kunako. Oh baby, ushika kiuno tam, kikuchumchum tam, nikikukumbatia tamkolea penzi letu baby tam, yani paka kisogoni tam, tararara tam, tamkolea baby. Tufanye wazi wazi watu wone, picha weka dipi na makopa kopa kapsheni baby. Walokosa kazi wadogoni wapandishe vipi, wapumue kwa oksijeni. Waambie vimberumberu sio penzi la mashaka, tushasoma dua kusitirika kwa wenye macho ya kaka. Waambie mimi beberu si jogo la Pasaka, wanajisumbua kukunja ndita watazeka haraka. Stili waya ananisugua kwa mapofu, hanaga mbaya la mzizi shobofu, tena fundi waya kazi anaijua haijawahi kukua.
Umeningatani moyo ushaniteka, chumbani kwetu bingiri unapocheza na kiukamba. Daily baby nakuwaza mpaka kichwa kinauma. Baby nakupenda sana hata sipendi ukinuna. Ai sweetie sweetie, ai nakutaka wewe fundi fundi, kwenye dera mwaga maji maji, kwa godoro tu nipati pati, twende tukavuta pumzi Kilimanjaro. Sweetie nitazikwa kwa ajili yako, umenifanya kicha, umenichanya chanya, akili imezuba, umenichanya chanya. Baby fanya taratibu, baby boo, baby boo boo boo. Oh na 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 na, oh na na na, I need you. Oh na na na, oh na na na. Maliza kula wali na na, nikupe ba na 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 na, penzi lako ni kali sweetie na na, kaka tunafaa na 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 na. Moyo wangu mimi hapa nishakupa wote wote, hata kama ukiwa mbali iwe kama tuko wote. Akili yangu yani hapa na kuwaza muda wote, hata kama tukiwa mbali. Zako mapenzi atakuja nitoe roho kama utaniacha. Yako mapenzi ni konga yangu roho, chonde usijeacha kunipenda. Make me see
Kibeni safi kume
nilibeba hudi zangu like 10 mhuni, tabia zako ni duni. Hustler, mystic shit.
I'm all wild.
Hello? Hello?
Check two, check two, check two.
Hello? Hello? Yes. Thank you so much. Hi, shukran. Now we are back. Sindio? Najua mna maoni. You want to engage our panelists, sindio? Yes. So, tuteremushe hiyo chai kidogo, sindio? Yes? Hebu simameni. Simameni tuteremshe chai. Simameni tuteremshe chai to create space for more tea. Sindio? We want to create space for more tea because you guys have the tea, the actual tea. Because our panelists are coming back here for some 5 minutes and you are going to be heard. Sawa? All right? Hey. Hebu tufanye hivi. Fanya hivi. Just lift up one of your legs like this. Okay? Fanya hivi. 1, 2, 3. Yeah? Just do like that. Yeah? Haya. So we do to the left. Wote. Sawa? Okay. Lift up your leg. Haya. Sote tuenda huku. Huku. Nimesema huku. Mimi nimesema huku. Sote tuenda huku. Sawa? Sote tuenda huku. Okay? Haya. 1, 2, 3. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Haya. The same thing again. All right? Haya. 1, 2, 3. Yeah? Ozeba. Yeah? Yeah? Hey. Yeah? Hebu DJ tuangushie hiyo wimbo. Haijapatikana bado? We. Hey. Hebu kwanza pale Mecha tayarisha zawadi zingine sasa. Manake hapa kuna wachezaji hapa. Kuna watu wanajua kudance hapa. Tayarisha zile zawadi. Na hizo hatuambii watu. Ukiwin zawadi unaenda kuona Mecha pale nje. Sawa? Hiyo ni kwa hiari yako. Utaambia watu nimewin nini. Sawa? Hi. Let's add another movement to that. Hiyo movement tumefanya. Bas. Umeona? Tumeadiwa another movement here. There's another movement. Twende. Umefanya vipi? Hata ameshasahau the movement. Umesahau hiyo movement. Haya, basi hiyo ndo movement hiyo. Tumeonyesha movement nyingine. Kuna movement hapo tumepewa. Unafanya tu hivi. Sawa, ona. You just do like this. Yeah? Sasa ni kujipepeta. Tunajipepeta. Hivyo, si ndio? So we have now 2 more movements. So we started with 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then we added 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Sawa. Tupate one more move. Yeah? Tushaonyeshwa movement ndio hiyo hapo. Ameshatupatia movement. Yeah? Ameifanya movement. Unajua amefanya nini? Amefanya hivi. Amefanya hivi, si ndio? Amfanya hivi. Alikuwa anapanguza jasho hivi kijesho. Alifanya hivi. Hai. So tumefanya hapa, tumefanya 1 2 3, 1 2 3, tukaenda tukafanya. Sawa. Vipi? The song is ready? Haya. Yeah? Haya. Yeah? Backbenchers. Unajua backbenchers mnakuanga na moves. Movements. Mnajificha wapi huku? Tupatie move moja ya kuongezea hapo. Hebu tuonyeshe hii. Ndo gani? Yeah. Twende hivyo. Mnataka president wa dance kidogo? Wangapi wanataka president wa dance? Wapi shangwe, wapi vigelegele? Let's welcome the president to dance for us. Yes. And I'm going to choose people randomly to accompany the president. Come on, join the president there. Yes. Come. Come, the president has requested for you to come, join her. Randomly, join the president. Go join the president. Yes. Come on, go join the president. Nenda huko, nenda dance. Yes. Come on, let's go.
Msalimie Elda.
Sasa, let's go. Haya, twende tu wote. Haya. Peleka tu mguu mmoja mbele na unarudisha nyuma. Come on, everyone. Twende wote, twende. Ongeza mahanjam.
Wanuonge wasiwasi.
Yes.
Wanuonge wasiwasi. Lizi msalimie Edwin Dola. Kenaonge uchochezi.
Tumesema uchochezi wachwe.
Kenaonge uchochezi.
Haya, ona hapa. Haya, twende wote. Come on.
Wanu wachono manati. Steve Rapolo. Wanu wachono manati. Nyuma woyo tudebe tu. Wapi Clinton Adwar. Nyuma woyo tudebe tu. Usipe na gini.
Haya. Vipi amejificha wapi? Vipi? Twende huko bana. Njoo. Hapo tunaangusha nayo. Ai. Yes. alienda kujificha wapi wakili? Njoo huko wakili. Ale wakili, ingia hapo.
Huko ngapata tunachukuliwa madam so anguka nao itabaki
Nenda huko kadansi, nenda udansi.
Douglas mteja patikani hadi leo saa 6 ndo taniwai.
Come brother, come.
Pate call niko chomba ya jini.
Nenda ukajoin pale.
Acha nikushow kwanza form ya Didon. Nishashika mpua na twende chini kwa
chini. Join, yes.
Leo tunasikiza Shin City, tuna feel free. Taka video na post pale NGC. Jina ni Anthem to NG. Anguka nao.
Haya.
Anguka nao, check. Anguka nao, twende down low now. Stand up to your feet, mikono juu alafu click. Tuliza pesa alafu one leg. One leg. Anguka nao. Anguka nao. Anguka nao.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hey. Unajua nini? Check ya DJ imereflect. Check ya DJ imereflect ndo sababu vitu zimeanza kuamuka. Alikuwa anafikiria ni overdraft. How is that? Si mujipige tu makofi. You are a wonderful crowd. So I want to bring back our previous panel quickly so that we can have some questions from the participants. Welcome back on stage. Welcome back on stage, Miss Elizabeth Wanjeri. Yes. And your panelists. Yani watu wamedance, wamekunywa chai, wamejisahau, they were the previous panelists. Yeah? So, I hear you guys are burning. Wanyama, watu wanaban, wanataka kukuuliza swali kulingana na ile mambo umeongea hapa. Unajua njaa ilikuwa inawauma na ni sikutaka waulize maswali ya ujinga. Waulize maswali ya kupeleka Kenya mbele bwana. Si ndio? Yes. So we are going to accept only 4. Yes. Only 4 because ukiangalia hiyo program tutakuwa na 1 hour. 1 hour ya plenary ya kusummarize all discussions. So as we move, mutauliza maswali. Sawa? Yes, because we need to move to also the next panel. Sawa? Yes. Lazima tusikilize kila mtu. That is how democracy works, dada. It's a place for democracy. Makofi kwangu. Okay, ninawaga slight lakini poleni. Now, yes, welcome back. And we have someone moving the mic around. An usher, please. Okay, let's have a volunteer move the mic around, please. Our ushers are probably taking tea.
Okay, good morning. I'm Rawago Hilda, natoka hapa Mombasa. But from the first panelist, I think on my side, or even the other people, I don't think if the discussion meets our objective, that is one. Because we wanted to see the real victims who were abused, whose rights were violated, and those who were on the ground. We have those who are doing coordination work, We want those who are doing maybe collecting the information, and we have those who their lives were violated, their rights, and some of them are here with us. Those were the real issues, the real stories we wanted to hear, so that we can have that experience and we can ask questions. And that is what I wanted to say. And I'm sure we have like even 5 of them here. Those who their lines were blocked, those who were summoned by the DCI, those who were beaten, those who were in the hospital. So I think those were the people we wanted on that panelist to hear the real issues, the first-hand information that happened in Mombasa. But if we go this way, then I don't think we will finish it well.
Makofi, louder. We are here to listen to the people. Sindio? Na watu wakisema wame the voice of the people. Sindio? Haya. That is noted. As we move, we are adaptive. We are flexible. We are agile. Sindio? Our next group that is going to come here is those 5 that she has mentioned. Sawa? Yes. So please, identify the people you've mentioned. Identify the people you've just mentioned. See Mecha outside there right away so that she briefs you on what to do here so that when I call them on stage, they are ready. Sawa? You have 5 minutes. Makofi. Okay? Hi. Let's have another hand. Yes. Kwanza huu mkono niliuona mapema sana jameni.
Gen Z viva! Gen Z viva! I'm Magdalene Mariam Nyevutuva from Kilifi. I work for Dawn Community-Based Organization. I just want to comment to you guys. You were, I don't know even how I should say it, because you made me feel like I'm one of the mothers, because I have a girl who's 28 years old today. I felt like I was the Gen Z, because I was rallying seriously behind you in those Mandamani in Mtwapa area. And one thing that caught my attention during the protest is that I saw an opportunity that eventually you, as Gen Zs, didn't maximize on that opportunity. The time the president called for you to come out and discuss it over, right on his face, that was the time you could maximize your efforts and make sure that you have as many Gen Zs in the cabinet. That is when I was like, if these people, I know it was very volatile and had a lot of insecurity issues. But again, I wanted to see, because we have only 2 or 3 in the cabinet, of which we could maximize that opportunity. Yes, we could maximize that opportunity. And it is my opinion, and I stand to be corrected. But I saw that as an opportunity. Today we are talking about protest, of which it is our kids. It is us Gen Zs who went through all the hardships. But look, guys, I'm behind you. As an organization, we are behind you. And we want to see the vibrant Gen Zs that we have in this country take that belongs to you. And I'm sure by the end, we shall have a very, very nice and moving country. Thank you. Pardon? As we say, there can never be youth without the youth on the table. That's why I'm challenging you guys to take the opportunity and maximize this space, because there's plenty for us, plenty for the Gen Z. Don't misquote me, please. I'm just encouraging you as a mother and as a Kenyan and a human rights defender, for heaven's sake. So it is a challenge, just take it up and move on with it. And we'll be better together.
Freedom of speech, we appreciate each other. Makofi kwake. Sindio? Haya. So we started with a lady, we went to a lady. Let's give some gentlemen pia. Sindio? Yes. Haya. Hey, hadi amesimama. Hey. Hadi uko na microphone. Oh, and please state your name so that we can capture well your identity.
Mnanisikia? Asa. Mimi naitwa Bradley Ouna na mimi ni mwanaharakati kutoka kitambo. Kwanza nataka kusema nafurahi vile vijana walitoka nje wakajitetea hiyo Finance Act, a finance bill baka ikaangushwa na mambo mengine yote yale yalikuwa na raise. Lakini niko na shida ya kucategorize watu Gen Z, JM, JK, JQ. We are all Kenyans. Kwa sababu kuna watu ambao wako Gen Z na walikuwa kwa hiyo maandamano. Tena wengi hapa Mombasa. So mkianza kucategorize hivyo, mnaingia kwa mambo ya serikali ya kucategorize watu na kwa isolate watu. Ukiangalia Kenya hapa, kutoka tupate kuanzia kama tunapigania uhuru, ni vijana wadogo walikuwa wanapigania uhuru, lakini sikusikia wakiitwa Gen K. Walikuwa wanasemeka Kenyans are fighting for independence. So hii issue ya kwanza categorize hivi ndio mnaanza kuingia kwa system ya state ya categorize watu na kuanza kwa isolate watu. So kitu najaribu kusema ni hivi, when we all fight as Kenyans for our right. Kwa categorize you isolate watu wengine wanatoka, ndio maana mwisho mkaona watu wengine wameingia ambao walikuwa itakikani waingie kwa mambo yetu ya maandamano. Asanteni.
Thank you. Makofi kwake. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Gitonga, and I am sitting next to him, but I do not agree with him. This was a revolution that started with the young people, and the only thing that those other generations would have done is to support us. And as a matter of fact, in this gathering, it is a citizens' assembly, and it's the young people who are here. One of the things that we need to be hearing from the people who are experienced in law, this is LSK, is how we should approach the next steps so that we are not hijacked by politicians. We have had people that were really fighting in the forefront, but the few people are handpicked and the process is hijacked by people who have money. So what we need to be told here is how do we avoid such things as a larger multitude, so that mimi wakinipata wasiniblokie line alafu kesho naenda kuchukua cheki ya shilingi 100. We need to know how we move as a team. Those are some of the lessons we need to be given as a public. If we are taking civil action, how do we avoid the political class hijacking our agenda? Thank you.
Sawa, thank you. Swali. Okay. So the last 4 guys, that was a recommendation of what we should do. That was an opinion, and then there was another opinion. And then now we have a question. This is the very first question. Okay, you can go, madam.
Viva Gen Z, viva.
Yangu ni swali. And this one goes especially being that we have a representative of the CSO here to the platform. Gen Zs wali approach the CSO. And they ask for specific things that they wanted to support them. Zingine zikiwa very basic as water peke yake. And we saw a very unique way that happened. Tuliona that maandamano za kitambo zilikuwaga branded. Ni kweli ni si kweli? We used to have t-shirts to be given to as motivation of us attending and sometimes facilitation. But this time hatukuona hiyo. How vijana walitufundisha si lazima we be branded. We can still go there and get our objectives there. So kama CSO maybe mwenye umeka hapo, can you at least give us some of the things zenye as CSO mnaenda mkibadilisha kama innovation za movements kama hizi zikikuja, these types of advocacy. And also another thing is, I love this statement, citizens assembly. We have done this type of engagements kwa mahoteli since kitambo, sindio? Why don't we now take these things and change haikuwai happen? Kwa nini tusianze kuona, maybe it's high time we stop coming to such kind of places. Tuende huko mashinani, kwenye hawa vijana wako, kwenye these issues ziko, and then we have these conversations from there. So that is my urge for such kind of campaigns, tukikuwa tuko nazo. Please, tufikishie pale. I'm happy to see new faces zenye mimi sijaiona. Even my colleague here, Rispa, was like, wow, this is amazing. We are having, see wale, tunajitaga watu wa warsha. See how. Now the fact that we have new faces, new people, that means that as human rights defenders, we are now being comfortable knowing that kesho, if Zipporah I'm not present, I know there's somebody who will fit in that position, yeah, a human rights defender. So thank you so much. Oh, kidogo. Something also very unique that happened, time ya maandamano. You know Swahili coast tumejulikana kwa kwenda pole pole kupenda joto. I love the maandamano of Mombasa. We had Somalis wakiandamana. Na ukiwauliza why they are there, they know why they are there. We had, they had buibui and you know like the heat of Mombasa, and they were out there, and that was amazing. And those are some of the things zenye as cost tunafaa pia tuzi appreciate, because it inaonyesha kuwa future yetu iko at good hands. So thank you so much.
Did you state your name?
Yes, my name is Zipporah Njoki, and I have an initiative inaitwa Active Citizens, and I would like sote tukue hapo, because hapo ndio our conversations zitakuwa ziko without being judged ama without kupatiwa kacheki kidogo.
Oye! Yeah. Now, how about that? Tunasonga vipi? Yeah? Awesome.
I just want to say something. I want to respond to, because the rest of the other opinions and suggestions which have been adopted, which is very much okay. But I want to respond to my sister. One thing we have learned, as someone who has been working as a human rights defender for the last 10 years, is to appreciate the content creators. Most of the content creators walikuwa ni Gen Z. Na walituonyesha the power yenye wako nayo using their content in doing advocacy. So if there's something I've learned here, is to embrace those small artists, content creators wale wako hapa. We support them, we embrace their creativity, their idea, hii message itafika mbali na watu wengi wataweza kuenuka. We've seen they have done it, it's proven, we only need to support them, and that is what we have learned. Most of our engagement will be more in supporting content creators for advocacy on good governance and accountability.
Thank you. So tupige makofi to our previous panels as they take their seats. We appreciate them, and we welcome our new panel to come. Makofi. Yes. Hey, DJ, angusha ngoma bana. Watatembea tu bila kukuja na ngoma. Eh? And then I'm going to ask our moderator to move in the middle so that it can spread out. Some can sit here, some can sit here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey. When you drop it down low on the floor,
Dance. Hey, aya twende. Here. Here. Here.
Yeah. When you drop it down low on the floor, yeah, that's what you prefer. Put your money where your mouth one day, yeah, that's what you prefer.
Seti.
Okay, we have so many.
Songa huku karibu kidogo. Use this one.
Okay, so we had so many victims, but our numbers have been limited to 4. So the others, maybe we can interact with them during lunchtime. So I'll call Moses Santos to come in front. Moses Santos. We have Christine Kabuya. We also have Mwagavumbi. And lastly, we have Donna Kinyanjui.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so in the interest of time, I'll ask my panel to be brief, because this is a new addition to the event. So please introduce yourself.
My name is Donna Wangoi. I'm a student currently undertaking medical engineering.
My name is Moses Santos, and I'm a businessman and also a Gen Z in Mombasa.
My name is Christine Habuya, an activist in Mombasa.
Kwa majina naitwa Said Shaban Mwagavumbi kutokea Kisauni Social Justice Center as activist.
Okay, so it's good to actually have actual victims here. Now the first one, I'll start with you, Donna, and want you to be brief. What happened to you?
Okay. Normally, it's not easy to talk about it, but what I can say, the emotional trauma that came with it was so great. The aspect of having to live in fear every day. Every day you don't know what to expect. You see any police car, you're just like, wow, leo ni mimi. Leo ni mimi. Because we are missing in numbers, we are dying in numbers. And a part of that I got, I was along that nilibiwa. And not just the casual, during midday, unapanga, saa 6 mchana, jua linachoma utosi, unaibiwa mchana with a panga there, but it's just, I would say, part of the hustle, and the emotional trauma that comes with it is just, you have to work through it. That's all I can say.
Did you actually participate in the demonstrations?
Yes, I did.
What happened to you?
The first day, I was there throughout. First day was under the rain, being chased. We knelt down so that these people don't throw or lobby tear gas at us. We're still there trying to, okay. As we're still kneeling, the worst part was that as you're still kneeling, when you're vulnerable, was when they chose to lobby their tear gas and use whatever weapons they had at that time. And for that, It's not aspect that I did hate because I was able to move past that is that the vulnerability. It is raining. It is first day. You are minimal in numbers. So you are facing numbers. You're facing the deficit of numbers. You're facing a deficit of, this is your first, because personally it was my first time. I was there, but I still showed up and I was at the front line. So I would still say we can lobby through it. This is just.
So the next person is Moses. Moses, maybe you can tell us, did you participate in the demonstration?
Yeah, for me, I participated. Na mi nadhani kitu yenye iliniletea shida, I was an admin of one of the forums on WhatsApp where mostly Gen Zs used to plan for those demonstrations. So kuna wakati after 25th of June, I remember it was on 9th of July, kitu kama saa 1 hivi usiku, DCI walinikujia kwa nyumba. Sijui walinitrack vipi, but walikuja kwangu hadi kwa mlango hapo VOK. I remember very well zilikuwa double cabs 2. DCI wa Nyali wako na double cabs. Na walikuja, mara ya kwanza wakajifanya eti wao ni watu wanatafuta nyumba. Wakafuata kiateka pale, wakamuuliza eti tunatafuta nyumba hapa around, tunaweza pata nafasi. Kiateka akamwambia hapa imejaa. Ndio wakapoint to exact kwenye nakaa, wakamwambia kwa hii apartment wewe ndio kiateka yeye. Wakaingia naye akamwambia unajua wapangaji wote wako hapo? Akamwambia yeye. Akamwambia sawa, nataka ututajie majina kuanzia juu mpaka chini. So kiateka akanema watu wote. Kufika kwangu akasema basi huyu ndio tunataka tupeleke kwake. Akamwambia lakini huyu hayuko, amesafiri. Akamwambia hapana, sisi location yetu inosoma huyu mtu ako hapa ndani. Wakaingia na kiateka, wakaenda mpaka juu 5th floor. Wakifika 5th floor akamwambia no, hii tracker yao inaonyesha huyu mtu ako chini. So akashuka, mimi kuanga first floor. Akamwambia wewe simu yake signal inasoma ako hapa around. Tuonyeshe mlango wake ni gani. Si ndio kiateka hakuwa na otherwise akawaonyesha. Kubisha mlango hivyo wakaingia ndani, wakanipata nilikuwa nimekaa sitting room. Sasa ndo wakaniangalia, wakaniambia wewe ndo Moses Santos? Nikamwambia yeye. Wakaniambia sawa, kuna maneno hapa mawili matatu, sikuje hivi tuongee. Sisi nikateremka chini na wao tukawa tumekaa hapo, ndo wakaanza kunielezea unafanya nini. They started interrogating. Then later on wakaniambia that kuna some intel wamepatiwa from Nairobi that I'm the one who is behind Gen Z. Pesa natumiwa mimi na pia other things they are being coordinated using me, and there are some meetings that I've been doing behind the shadow, but now kuna mtu mwenye ananitumia pesa, sijui who is this person. Juu unajua place inakaa ni behind Brookside. So they are like linking it. Mimi kila asubuhi naendanga pale Brookside kwa the Kenyatta family nachukua pesa za kulipa vijana. Ndio nikamwambia mimi sijawahi mwenyewe nakaa Brookside hapo, lakini sijawahi ingia hapo na sijui hata kuna kaa vipi. Wakaniambia no, you know these are allegations na zimetoka from somewhere, so we just have tuende sote police station. Nikamwambia lakini hatuwezi enda hivyo unless mpaka ninge ndani nijitayarishe ndio tuende pamoja. Wakaniambia sawa. Immediately wakachukua simu zangu zote. I remember I had 4 phones. I had one iPhone smartphone na kabambe. Wakazichukua zote. Wakazichukua zote. Wakachukua simu immediately. Mimi nikaingia nikajitayarisha, tukaingia ndani, nikaingia kwa gari yao, nikauliza tunaenda na yangu ama tunaenda na yenu? Akaniambia hapana, hauko wezi enda na gari yako, acha tu ingia kwa hii yetu. Akanifungulia mlango, kaingia vizuri, tukaandamana na wao. Tukakuja. Ile time tukija hapo Nyali police, these guys, one of them I know him and I'll not fear to mention his name kama kuna ma colleagues wake wakitaka kumwambia sawa. He's called Keitani. Keitani opened up akaniambia waziwazi that you know whatever Gen Z are doing ni kitu poa. Shida tu ni ile kuna watu wana infiltrate, wanaharibu. Juu hata nyinyi mkiongea kama mnatutetea sisi pia tumegandamizwa, but it's just that we are civil servant, we can't come out and speak about it. Nikamwambia ni sawa, lakini sasa mbona nyinyi mtumiwe kisiasa, cause this is a political game nacheza. Juu mimi ukiniambia kwa nilikuwa nawalipa, I'm free, we can go fanya investigation yako. Hakuna mtu yote ashanitumia pesa, mimi nilipewa tu. Tukakuja nao mpaka hapa Nyali. Hapa Nyali police tulifika hapo around saa 2 usiku. Wakaniingiza kwa room hapo, wakaanza kuniinterrogate. So Keitani, kuna one of the officer hapo alikuwa anaitwa Abdi Aziz. He's a Somali guy. Ako attached hapa Nyali DCI office hapo. Ndo akaanza kunielezea ni hivi na hivi na hivi. Na in fact the guy was even open, akaniambia kuna some leaders hapa wenye wana feel ni kama whatever happened in Mombasa that there was somebody who gave me money, and he was very categorical that whatever issue yenye nafanya mpaka anapelekwa pale ni whatever happened kwa ofisi ya mbunge wa Nyali hapo Mohamed Ali. There is a time watu walikuwa Moha kwenda kupigia kuvotea hiyo finance bill, alikuwa anaepa. So kuna time watu walikanga pressure wakasema waende kwa ofisi ya mbunge wa Nyali wamwambie ende wapi, aende bungeni kureke hesabike. So they are like trying to say that kulifanyika damages hapo, and so it is the MP who sanctioned that. Kuna some people wenye wako involved. Ndio nikawauliza, are you sure ni MP? Because mimi na Moha tuna issue yoyote. I tried even reaching to officials wengine wa Moha nikiwaambia that kuna 1 2 3 inaendelea, na DCI wanasema that wao wamepokea order that whatever happened it was politically instigated, so kuna watu lazima washikwe ndo waseme kweli kwa. Nilikaa hapo for like I think nilikuja nikaachiliwa kama saa 5, sikuweza kulala hapo ndani. Walikuja baadaye after nimerecord statement, DCI mwenyewe alikuja, is called Mohamed Jilo, I know him very well, najua mpaka kwake. Tukaongea na yeye hapo, nikamwelezea kila kitu, akaniambia ni sawa, lakini for now sisi tutakuachilia, hatutakuzuilia ukae hapa mpaka asubuhi. So aliniachilia saa 5, but walibaki na simu akaniambia simu naye atukupati, lazima iende Nairobi for forensic so that we can see whatever umetuelezea katika hii statement if indeed ina tally na whatever iko kwa simu yako. Nikamwambia sasa mimi I know I'm clean, I have nothing to hide. Well and good, bakieni na simu. Nikaacha, lakini nikamwambia line yangu because I need to communicate, line itabidi nichukue. Wakasema ni sawa. So alibaki na simu hapa, wakaniandikia form hapa ya kuonyesha that wamebaki na simu, na wakaniambia nirudi on 22nd. Ilikuwa ni 9th nilikuwa hapo, wakaniambia nirudi after 2 weeks, that was on 22nd of July. Kurudi on 22nd ikakuwa ni Kiswahili eti DCI hayuko, amesafiri huo Mohamed, turudi end month. I'm glad I was able to be represented by one of the Mombasa Law Society members. She's called Madam Cynthia Mutune. She knows about the case very well and she's in copy with it. Kuna day alikuja na colleague yake hapo, though siwezi kumbuka jina vizuri. Tulienda hapo on 31st, tulivyoambiwa kwa 20 time ndo nani watakuwa amekuja huo DCI. Madam Cynthia hakuwa anachoka, alikuwa kwa na mimi kila siku. Tukaenda hapo na yeye, tukaambiwa that simu bado haijarudi. In fact hata wako ameipeleka Nairobi huko kwa forensic. So akasema eti wana travel the following month ndo ipeleke yani fanye forensic. Tukarudi tukaambiwa turudi on, I remember that time kulikuwa kuna kwenda kuwa na maandamano tena Nairobi. So akasema hiyo date ndo alikuwa na travel on Thursday, waipeleke Nairobi, kimaliziwa ndo arudi nayo. Cynthia akaniambia ni sawa, if that is what they have decided, well and good, wapatie time wafanye vitu zao, kishamaliza we will know next. Then after wamerudi, wakakuja wenyewe wakanipigia simu wakaniambia kuja station na kuja na zile forms zenye walikuwa wamenipatia kuonyesha kwa wamezuilia hiyo simu. So kwenda wakanirudishia wakaniambia simu yako tumefanya forensic, whatever you told us it is truth, hakuna anything tumepa. And I asked them what was the need, mumezuilia simu yangu for more than a month with baseless allegations that I'm sponsoring Gen Z ama nawapatia do. Yet tumekaa na hii simu, you have not seen any transaction ama any money from where. Hii month yote yenye nimepoteza, who is going to compensate for it? Because simu yangu ndo nafanya nayo kazi, umeizuilia for more than a month. Who is going to be responsible? Up to now I can openly say DCI Nyali has never apologized, and I know he was used by some politicians to push for these things. Even the DCI at Nyali alisema hizi vitu za siasa hivi hapendangi kuingililia. So my question is, why is police accepting themselves to be used to settle some political scores which are not even there?
Okay, so thank you, Moses. Yeah, so maybe you could also tell us what your experience was. Did you participate in the demonstrations?
Yes.
Okay.
Being an activist, I have been in protests, but for this one, unafikia time, apart from kukimbizwa, kupigwa, yes, I was among wale wenye waliweza kupigwa during the protests, na sasa kufuatiliwa on phone. Unaona kuna ile freedom nzuri sana ukiendelea unafanya conversation yako, no one is watching, no one is listening. Ikafikia wakati yenye ukinipigia, just by the fact that the phone imetoka nje, wewe utapigiwa back with a number that you don't know or sometimes a private. And then unaulizwa, how do you know me? What's my names? Yani information about me. And then after the people provided, and then it was like an alarm, manake watu wengi walikuwa wananipigia kuniulizia my safety, ikakuwa sasa watu wana keep back from calling me or inquiring about the safety. While tukiendelea, kuna sasa biti ya then unaambiwa na youths wenye wameweza kukuwa summoned or called to the DCI, unaambiwa Tina, vile kuko, we tumeuliziwa sana information kukuhusu. Kama we ndio unatupatia pesa, of course the like of Santos, unatupatia pesa, we ndio una coordinate, we ndio unaandaa maandamano zote in Mombasa. So, kuna venye wenda we pia ukakujiwa. That's not an issue. And that, another issue is that sasa unaitwa, nimeitwa, unafaa ukuje station, tuongee. Nikajaribu kuuliza kwani tunakuja kuongea nini ama ni makosa ni gani. Sikuambiwa. So I had colleagues, hiyo time tulikuwa tuko Jomvu. Colleagues after kusikia hivyo, and then kuna a team yenye tuna work na wao, including paramedics and medias, tulikuwa in one WhatsApp group. Of course I notified. Ukijua whatever was going on, kuna unaweza enda unabaki huko uende peke yako, upotee or whatever, or hata usifike katika station because we don't know ni nani alikuwa anashika watu. Tumefika kwa station and then naanza kuulizwa, why is it that we have been summoning and calling people here and hawajakuja na watu wengi? Why is it that you have members from Haki Africa? Why is it you have members from the media fraternity? Why is it you have even lawyers coming na wewe hapa kwa hii kesi? I'm like, tumekuja tujue ni nini, so that kama tuna record statement, lawyer yuko hapa, siwezi kurecord peke yangu na hatujui kwanza ni nini makosa. The DCI akaniambia, so kulingana vile umekuja packed na watu wote behind you, that means there is something way big about you. Na lazima tukufikie on a bigger scale. Watu wangu, on a bigger scale ni gani? Yes. Having that, of course, katika hiyo time, niko na watu wenye na wao pia, mmoja wao kwa nyumba yake, alienda kukua, nitasema raided, mazee polisi walimuhamisha. Walienda kwa nyumba kama vile Santos alifanyiwa, wakaingia hapo ndani, wakaambia caretaker, of course walienda wakija identify kwamba ni polisi, na the caretaker aliconfirm kwamba ni polisi. Akamwambia, mwambie so and so, tumemchukua hizi vitu azifuate police station. But hawakuacha ni police station ni wapi. Ndio hivyo vitu zake zilienda. Hajui ni police station gani na tunafanya nini. The same mwingine tukafungiwa. Okay, our communications zilifungwa. Safaricom hatungeweza kutransact, hatungeweza kupiga simu, hatungeweza kufanya anything. Wengine myself ilifikia paka kwa bank account. So mimi hata sijui kama ni ilikuwa tapped pia hiyo bank account, because ilifikia time singeweza kutransact with the bank account. Tumeenda kwa bank account, naambiwa maybe there is something with your account, but hawakwambii ni nini. Kwa Safaricom ndio unaambiwa kwani ulikosea serikali vipi? You're like, sijafanya kitu. Naambiwa ile line yako imefungwa na ni okay, that guy alikuwa so lenient, akaambia that colleague of mine that imefungwa na ni from a request kutoka kwa DCI. Tunakaa sasa juu ya maji, hauwezi enda nyumbani. Haya, familia nao nakwambia wewe na hii kierere yako na hii kazi yako tulikwambia uache. Si ukae upike viazi kama wenzako, si ukae ufanye biashara zingine kama wenzako. But again, ni kazi yenye tumejitolea kufanya. Ni kazi yenye tunabidi tufanye. Manake if no one stands up, who will? If not us, then hakuna mwenye atastand. Nyinyi tumeambiwa hapo na watu wengi, kazi ziko nyingi, toka ukuje ufanye hizi, lakini hiyo experience yote, mind you till now, bado kuna watu wenye they don't feel comfortable communicating with me. Hata mambo sijui kama ni ya kazi na nini, mtu anakuambia we ulikosanaga na serikali, ulikuwa unaonekananga mbele na wale wenzako ukisema fanya hivi, hautaki ile. So kwa ground vitu ni moto. However, kidogo tu ile panel next, tafadhali, sijui kama kulikuwa mumepanga kutakuwa na polisi on the panel, lakini ningeomba kwamba katika hiyo panel kukuwe na polisi ili tuweze kuinteract na wao. Isiwe tunawarushia mishale, labda wako na vitu za kutueleza. Thank you.
Okay, so Mwagavumbi, you can tell us your experience.
Mimi nilienda katika maandamano, ilikuwa ya pili ya tatu kwa sababu kile kipigo hata nimesahau. Tulipatana light pale Kengeleni, tulipofika alikuwa kuna wenzetu tayari washatangulia. Wale kidogo ambao tuliambatana nao kuelekea. So tulizunguka town ile, tukajipata tuko Mama Ngina pale, Mama Ngina Drive. Lakini baadaye tukaambiwa tuende na hii njia huko Mama Ngina mpaka mwisho, kule karibu na State House. So mali tukafika kwa ile Mombasa Cement, kuna huko mwisho Mama Ngina kabisa huku kukaja makarao hapo kutuzuia kuwa tusende na hiyo njia, turegea na huko nyuma. Kuna colleague wa Haki Afrika Rapid Response akaja na pikipiki akatuambia kuwa kuna wenzenu wako posta huku, so turegee tule na huko, achane na. So sisi tukaregea huko posta, tukakaa posta pale kama nusu saa hivi. Lakini roho akasema hapa tunafanya nini hapa posta, so turegeeni kule Mama Ngina. So tukaregea tena Mama Ngina. Tulifika Mama Ngina kwa wale makarao, sasa kwa tunaongea nao kwa sababu mimi nilikuwa niko live TikTok, na katika ofisi yangu kuna colleague kwa ni media cameraman, so kwa sisi tuko mbele. Wakati tuongea pale mbele, kulikuwa kabla hatujafika huku kuna polisi, kulikuwa na vijana upande wa pili. Ukisema pale Mama Ngina upande wa pili kule kuna nafasi ya vijana ya beach ya kutrain, so kulikuwa na vijana kule. So wakati sisi tunakuja tumefikia polisi, wale vijana kumbe walivuka fair na walikuwa na mabagi. Tulikuwa tusimama pale tuongea na jamaa, tulishangaa tu kuna rushwa mawe upande wa nyuma. So wale makarao ilikuwa ile njia kuwa aliye mbele ndio yabaki nyuma na aliye nyuma ndio yao mbele. So watu wakaanza kupigwa hapo na marungu. Kuna jamaa mmoja kwa amekatwa hii shati iko chini hapo, anapigwa na kila mtu kwa anakimbia kivyake. So ile kwenda kumsaidia yule ile kumwenoa kikimbia naye, mimi mguu wangu uliteguka pale. Yeye akakimbia, mimi ndo nikabaki. So walicheza sana na hizi joint hizo walizipiga hizi. Mpaka sasa hii hata nikitembea au mkono sengine naweza sikia kama vile wang'oka haung'oki. Yaani najisikia maumivu kila wakati. Sasa wakati ule napigwa nilipoenuka, sikujua kama ninaumia. Maana nilienda mbio za kishua kweli. Hata leo kwa mbele yangu wengine niliohavuka. Lakini nilipofika mbele hivi kwa hizo macrips huko, ndo najisikia hili goti sasa ndo hayafanyi kazi magoti mawili. Maana walicheza sana na hizi joint mbili. Ikabidi mtu ambaye alikuwa naye akanipandisha tuktuk, ikabidi turegee zetu nyumbani. Lakini nilipofika nyumbani, stage ya kwanza kuna group yetu ya Pwani Social Justice Center working group, nika text pale ndani kuwa nimefanywa hivi na hivi, nikapewa namba ya Human Rights Commission nipige. Ile namba nilipopiga haikushikwa kwa sababu kwa mwanzo pia nimeumia, kwanza kanipeleka hospitali. Nikakaa kama dakika 10-20 naona simu inapigwa, rafiki yangu ambaye alikuwa tumeenda sote huko. Hakuwa hapa, anaitwa James. Anipigia rafiki yake amechukua amenipigia, amepewa namba. Yananiambia mimi James yuko huko Junda hospitali. Junda hospitali afanya na mimi ninamwacha town. Inaniambia yuko Junda uko njoo mbio. Sasa ukiangalia kutembea siwezi, nimeumia. Maki hapo ndo maumivu ndio kwa amezidi. Ikabidi sasa hapo nichukue pikipiki. Na unajua sina hata shilingi. Mwanzo huko ambapo tukaona polisi, kwa sababu kwa niko live TikTok, simu yangu ikapigwa na chini, wakaivunja. So mimi nikakuta vile shakuvunja, niache nikimbie. So wakati nimefika alipigana, najua nina simu mbili. Nilikuwa nina Hot 8 in Phoenix na Button. Sasa ile Button ndio ilisave ile OTH ilivunjwa. Sasa kufika huko ikakuwa ile button sasa ndio kaambiwa njoo Junda ujue kuna mwenzako ameumia. So
tunyamaze tumpe nafasi.
Ikabidi nipande boda kuelekea paka Junda hospitali Bengala, hospitali kwa Bengala. Waliogopa kuja hizi hospitali za serikali kwa sababu walijua za shikwa. Wakaenda ndani Bengala hiyo. Nikifika hivi ndo alikuwa anataka matibabu, ameshonwa stitch, amepasuliwa kichwa. So nikamuuliza umefanyika nini? Maana mimi nilipokimbia kule mkaniacha, mwenyewe ndo na magoti ndio ameumizwa. Akanambia wakati tushafukuzwa kule tunarudi, tulikuwa pale posta pale. Walipokuwa posta sasa kuna ile time ufika jamaa tushakaa sana town, acha tuende Nizetuni. Sasa group ilikuwa inaenda. Yeye akaona group kwenda na mimi nasikia njaa, kwa tulishinda na njaa siku tulizunguka na njaa mara kwanza usubuhi mpaka sijui saa 9 na tusikii njaa kabisa. So ifika hiyo time akasema acha mimi niingie kibandoni nile, then baadaye mimi nende zangu nyumba. Akiingia kibandani walikuwa wawili, akiingia kibandani akila, wakimaliza wakitoka ile group tayari ya watu walikuwa ishaenda mbele. Kaja PO box ya white ikashukisha ofisa 4 na walifungua milango wote mpaka dereva akatoka. Kutoka pale wakamwacha yule mwingine wakamshika yeye kwa sababu alikuwa amevaa black full. So akakuta huyu ndio huyo. Maana yule mwingine alikuwa amevaa white na black. Yeye alikuwa amevaa black full. Na alikuwa anawakuta ile timu watu kuvaa alikuwa ni black full, wengi walikuwa wamevaa hivyo. So wakampiga hapo chini, wakamuingia mfukoni, wakachukua pesa zake, wakachukua simu, wakaingiana na gari wakaenda. Wale raia wale pale wakasema anambia baba kama madamu wangupasua shika hii 100 panda tutu kuende zako nyumbani. Wale raia wale kwa pale posta. Ikabidi apoe 100 aje zake nyumbani. Hivyo ndo nilivyoeleza. So kitu ambacho kimeumiza sana baada ya 1 week sasa kuugua nyumbani. Ujue mimi na wife na mtoto. Sasa ukiangalia vitu vingi sana nafanya online. Nilibidi nichukue simu ya mtoto. Sasa hii hapo kuna grudge baina ya mtoto na mimi kwa sababu gani dadia amechukua simu yangu. Umenunua alafu then unakuja kuichukua. Alafu baadaye baada ya 1 week tuwajapigwa na Human Rights Commission ndo hajatupigia. Sasa mimi nilikuwa niko katika meeting mahali. Alafu namba inapigwa ni mpya sikujua. So kumuuliza ni nani? Akasema wewe ndio ulitupigia. Sasa nikumbuka mimi ninampigia nani simu. Na mmoja hebu niambie. Akanambia basi ukikumbuka utatupigia. Then baadaye nikaja mtafuta yule mwenzangu, nikamwambia nini? So hichi kitu kisha happen na tuangalie way forward tunafanya nini kwa sababu kuna mashirika. Lakini kitu ambacho kiko mamake hataki hata kusikia sasa. Yaani atoke. Mamake hataki hata kusikia. So hiyo ndio experience ambayo ni
Okay. So haya maswali mengine utajibu haraka labda nikuulize imekuadhiri kivipi hiyo experience, hilo tukio ambao lilipitia limekuadhiri kivipi?
Limeathiri kwa sababu sasa hii ajua mimi nafanya videography na photography. Cha kwanza mimi siwezi simama sana. Hata sasa hivi nikika pale nilikuwa natoa viatu kwa sababu hii mguu una paralyze kabisa. Mguu una paralyze kabisa. Naweza kaa hivi alafu baadaye nitakuwa mkaivu mguu unakata kabisa kuenuka. So nikae huwa nivue viatu ndo kidogo kuingia baridi ndo niweze kuamka. So ukiangalia kazi zetu wenyewe sisi hatujaajiriwa mahali. Kazi zetu ni za mbio. Upige simu wale ukafanye kidili uregee ulishe familia. So ukiangalia saa hii kwenda kule kazini saa hii ile distance ndefu mimi siwezi mpaka mpande pikipiki. Na pesa pikipiki hakuna.
Okay. Na siku nyingine utaweza kuenda katika haya maandamano?
Mtaregea?
Okay. Na swali la mwisho, labda umechukua hatua zozote za kuwashtaki hawa mapolisi?
Kama nilivyotangulia kusema kuwa tulipoona namba ya Human Rights Commission na wajua shida ni kuwa tunaogopa kwenda polisi. Kwa sababu wale ndio walitupiga, alafu polisi adili na polisi hiyo ni kazi ya bure tunafanya. Utenda kule utashtaki, utakaa na hobi yako nyumbani.
Na ile kesi ya kwa kimombo tunaita civil ya kulipwa gharama za kule ulikoumia. Hiyo ndio nasema sio criminal ile.
Bado.
Okay. Naam. Tutamchanua. So it is coming. Actually, just be patient. The next panel will address all that. Yes. Tina, now ni wakati wa. Labda utuambie wewe umeathirika kivipi kutokana na tukio hilo.
Mimi naweza sema kwanza psychological. Manake mpaka saa hii hukai ukatulia. Personally. Pia apart from me pia kuna hiyo bit ya family. Pia bado ni ile we bado tu na hiyo kazi yako. We huna kazi nyingine na kila siku ukienda uenda nje ukirudi huna 500. Uenda nje ukirudi huna umelipwa mwezi. Kila siku uko bure, umepigwa, watafutwa na polisi, watafutwa na watu wengine. Kitu ya kwanza. Kitu ya pili, hata katika kazi, manake apart from activist, nafanya acting. Anaambia sasa ni mtu gani, production gani aniita niende nikamwacti. Asema muandamanaji yule. Atakuja atufanye nini? Atuandamanie. So pia biti ya kazi apart from hiyo yenye tunafanya ni kwamba pia imeloa zile chances za kuja kufanya kazi ambayo tunafaa tufanye, at least tuweke meza tuweze kula.
So labda siku
ya kuhama pia by the way. Ya kuna kuhama pia nyumbani because from the experience ya colleagues wanatafutwa nyumbani, si ndio? Tunahama. Tulihama kwa nyumba, tukahama mtaa, na sasa hivi nikitoka hapa before nifike nyumbani wa hii simu kuna venye itabidi tu ifanywe ndio ili sasa ile location yenye nyiko ikai chini ya maji kiasi.
So do you have any regrets for participating in the demonstrations?
I have a regret because we went out tukasema ni kitu gani hatutaki na ni kitu gani tunataka. So unfortunate that kuna wale viongozi wetu ambao tumekuwa tukiwaona wakadandia hiyo feri yetu ama hizo nguvu zetu ambazo tumekuwa tukizifanya. Mandugu zetu wameumia, mandugu zetu wamepotea, mandugu zetu wamekufa. Wao ndio wakaenda kupata vyeo venye ambavyo they didn't earn. They didn't even participate. They don't know what's the pain. Na kuna ndugu zetu hao wenye hata mpaka sasa hivi basi wamepewa vyeo. Wamepewa vyeo lakini basi hata nendeni kwa familia mwende mkawajulie hali. Hakuna ule ubinadamu. Polisi ambao ni ndugu zetu ambao tunafanya nao kazi kila siku, ambao pia sisi tukitetea ile jambo ambalo tunasema kwamba ni libaya ama litatuumiza, wao ndio wanakuja wanatuumiza sisi, wanatupiga sisi. Alafu baadaye we are out there, we are saying to our fellow youth that polisi ni ndugu zetu, tukue nao, tufanye nao kazi, lakini waliwaona wakiwafanya nini? Unapatana na miili hapo hivyo, unapigiwa simu, oi Tina kuja huku chini Old Town kuna mwili umepatikana, mazee msee amevuliwa nguo amechinjwa. Who is that? Polisi jamani, tusaidieni tuweze kupata majibu ya vitu vingine ambavyo sisi pia hatuwezi, na nyinyi ndio viongozi wetu ambao mnatupatia security.
Asante. So Moses, you can tell us how it affected you?
Kwangu mimi ili ni affect sana side ya biashara.
Tunyamaze tumsikize.
Nasema kwangu mimi ili ni affect sana side ya biashara because you know walichukua simu yangu, walikaa nayo for more than a month. I couldn't do anything. So hapo ilibidi nipate simu nyingine kama kabambe, but you know accounts zangu ziko logged in kama za account. Siwezi enda kuchukua simu nyingine nianze kuweka hapo bank account yangu, na pia accounts zilikuwa zimezuiliwa. So kama vile Tina alivyosema, it will be much better tukiwa have forums kama hizi wao wakubwa wa police, especially DCIO. They are being used politically. They should be here to be able to answer to some of these questions. Because wewe hakuna vile unaweza pewa instructions, you follow up on something just relying on rumors or some orders from above. I think Kenya is a country which should be governed by the rule of law.
So asante. Donna, on your part, has it been easy to give your story?
We move on, Bwana. You find a way to, you can't stay there, you can't stay put. You have to dust yourself and you come up again. That's all.
How has it affected you?
On a personal level, there was a time I was stalked for a week. So during that time, it forced me to move. I had to move, and this incurs cost to my parents. And wherever they are, if they see this, I love them, and I thank them so much for being behind me. Hadi kama walikuwa nasema unaona hizi vitu unafanya venye zimekuletea, but they still did not tell me don't go to the streets. So I will say thank you. It incurred costs on their end. They're moving, acquiring a new phone because the other one went. Na nile nilipatwa nikaulizwa, Donna, leta vitu. With a panga just in broad daylight. I just let it go. Let it go. The emotional trauma, it came with it because I can't go to town like that. Siwezi enda town peke yangu. I have to find someone to go with me. I can't use the route that I was nilibiwa. That route siwezi tumia kabisa. And if I pass it, roho yangu inadunda extremely. I can't. Or it's either I get a panic attack midway. Yeah.
Imaliza, this is the last question. Now, you didn't tell me, has it been easy to say your story? Yani kusema hiyo story yako, ilikuwa rahisi kuanza kusema?
It's not easy. It's not. Because you have to get into a certain psychological state so that you start narrating, because it does evoke feelings.
Okay, so the last question, just I want you to be brief. Is there anything positive that came out from the demonstration?
Yes. Yes. My confidence went up times 10. I put myself out there, and I got to learn about the Constitution more. Like, I got to see youths actually being involved in the Constitution, knowing that the people shall, knowing the rights I do have as a person. And that is the most, at a time like I was young, I would not pay attention to politics and all that. But the fact that I can deviate and move past that and grow, I think that is the most positive aspect, and knowing how to express myself. Yeah.
So Moses, what was the positive that came out?
For me, at least one, BBI bill iliangushwa. Because your BBI ilikuwa ina affect kila mtu, including we business people. Finance bill, I mean. Finance bill iliangushwa. Ukiangalia huko cost biashara mingi zimefungwa. Most people hawana kazi due to those over taxation walikuwa neka hapo. So kwangu mimi I see it as a positive thing. And then finally my closing remarks. I want to thank LSK from my heart. At least I'm a beneficiary of their pro bono services. Madam Cynthia Muthu, wherever she is, I'll give you your flower, kabado uko hai. Sitaki ukufe ndo nikuje nianze kusema this lady alikuwa na mimi na hakuna siku hata moja alinitisha hata shilingi. I want to be open and appreciate her, kabado uko hai. So Madam Cynthia Muthu, thank you so much for your services.
Tutamfikishia ujumbe. So Tina, any positives?
Apart from zenye zimesemwa, naweza sema the accountability bit. In fact, the youth being at the forefront, kuweza kuulizia vitu gani vinafanyika, pesa ngapi zimetoka, the information is generation. Right now unawaona even at the street nye pia wakiandamana wakiulizia what's right for them, na pia kushare the information about vitu zenye zinaweza kufanyika na zinazohitajika kufanyika. Na kitu kingine ni kwamba ni kitu poa sana that we the youths of Kenya, we are rising up. Tumesimama na nguvu na bado tutaendelea kusimama. In case kitu kingine kinaenda wrong, tunafanya nini?
tuko hapo mbele, tunasimama, tunaulizia ni vitu vinafaa vifanyike vipi na tunaendelea. Viva comrade, viva. Amandla. Agwetu. People's power. People's power. Forward with justice, forward. Forward with justice, forward. Hatutanyamazishwa.
Asante. So Mwagavumbi, kuna kitu ambacho uliona kiliweza kubadilika kutokana na hayo maandamano licha ya kwamba uliumia?
Kwa kitu mimi labda nende kwa mamangu mzazi, kwa sababu nilijua nikiregea nyumbani nitakuwa matusi na kelele, lakini kitu alichoniambia kuwa wewe tafuta pesa na mimi nitafute, twende hospitali, lakini ukienda tena angalia afya yako kwanza. So nikongole kwa mamangu kwa sababu amenipa fursa ya kuenda tena katika maandamano.
So thank you very much to our panelists. I really appreciate that you could actually set time and actually be courageous enough to come and sit here and tell us your experiences. We really appreciate that. So that will be the end of this panel now. The next panel will come. They will address even these issues you've raised of civil suits and the issue of suing for damages. They will talk about that. In the event it is not mentioned, you can still there's a plenary, we can still cover that, you can ask that. So asanteni kwa kutusikiza.
Standing ovation to our heroes. Standing ovation. Makofi. Yes, that was a wonderful session. Thank you so much. Makofi tafadhali. That was wonderful. Studio. Yes. So I want to take this opportunity as we are standing, Makofi, as we welcome the Vice President of the Law Society of Kenya to come and moderate the next session.
Please take your seats. Thank you so much, Elizabeth Wanjeri, for handling the previous session really well. That was an eye-opening and very timely discussion. Please give them a round of applause, another round of applause. We are now heading into almost the last part of our program today. We will be focusing more on access to justice and human rights within the context of the coastal region. And our panel discussion for today shall comprise of Simon Karisa. If you are here, just come to the front. Thank you so much. Faith Odhiambo, I had seen her somewhere. Faith Odhiambo, I had seen her somewhere. If she's not here, maybe her deputy could deputize her. That was a joke. Rosette Kusimba. Rosette, thank you so much. Karibu. Isa Mohammed. Isa Mohammed. Isa Mohammed, thank you. Thank you so much. The panel discussion will focus more on regional challenges and solutions in accessing justice and upholding human rights. Mary Kiruriti, one moment. Yeah, and I have had you, one moment. I had the awkward pleasure of noticing the two police officers who walked in, but because of the program, we will include them to make the interventions that you seek from where they sit. They will still be part of our proceedings if that is okay with you. So you'll want us to add more seats. I am ably informed that Rosette Kusimba is a National Police Service officer, and so she sits in that capacity rightfully there. So the questions can be directed to her. Is that okay? Can we proceed? Can we proceed? Very well. I have been informed that Mr. Morara has been arrested again, and so we are trying to multitask in seeing how that will be addressed. Morara. So as we delve into these panel discussions, please, if you have any question, just reserve it, because we will be taking 2 rounds of questions in between the presentations, and it is my intention that we finish our presentations in about 1 hour. So allow me to start with Mr. Simon Karisa. And remember, our discussions will be focusing more on the regional challenges and the regional solutions that we can take home as a coastal people, so that the reflections can have a more focused point in regards to the context of the coastal people. Simon, now reflecting on the June-July Gen Z movement and the successes there too, as you reflect, what are some of the successes that can be attributed to the Gen Z revolution, and how have these successes been experienced within the context of the coastal region? If we have a different mic, please, can we? Do you have a mic? Oh, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Answering your question is that in regards to the Gen Z protest, I think if you can ask me, Gen Z protest, it is the most impactful protest that has happened in Kenya. We've had so many protests before. Tumekuwa na protest ya baba, but this particular one, I think it has brought changes in the country. We have seen the president akasimamisha hiyo finance bill. We have also seen the cabinet being dissolved as a result of the Gen Z protest. So these are some of the impacts that we can attribute directly to the Gen Z protest.
Let's move to Wakili Kiruriti. There's this saying that if you're not on the table, then you're definitely on the menu. In terms in terms of the experiences of the Law Society of Kenya, especially the Mombasa Law Society of Kenya, and the impact that was led there in terms of professional service offered to members of the public, what else would you propose that the Mombasa Law Society can do in terms of its leadership in offering pro bono legal services to members of the public in the coast region?
Thank you. For sure, what we need to do is go to the grassroots, strengthen our networks with all the CSOs that are present here, because there's clearly a disconnect. In the last panel, there's only one person that we were able to assist, and the 3 others, unfortunately, we were not able to assist them. And that is because we are not able to get in touch with them to know what exactly is happening with them, or probably they also don't know that we are available to give them an assistance and a pro bono at that. So my take home would be that we need to strengthen these networks. Let us continue meeting, and let's keep the conversations going.
For instance, and this question still goes back to you, Mary, is there a platform within the Mombasa Law Society that members of the public could get information that could be useful in terms of exercising the rights under Article 37 for peaceful protests or demanding for better accountability? Is there a platform within the Mombasa Law Society that members of the public can access this kind of information?
We have our social media pages. We can put all that information there. We have our Facebook page, Mombasa Law Society, our Twitter handle at Law Mombasa, and our Instagram, also the same handle as the Twitter page. And also, you're welcome to visit our secretariat, which is just opposite Mombasa Law Courts, and we can be able to share all that information that we have. We also have a platform which we can leverage on, which is a networking that was started by the National Legal Aid Service, which has brought on all these CSOs, and through those, we can be able to leverage that platform so that all you members of the public can be able to reach us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kiruriti. My next question, I am tempted to skip Rosette and go to Isa, not for any other reason, but because I believe the fat that is awaiting to fry you is not enough from my side. I will pose a question to you, though. Isa, please, as a budding student of law and as a future member of the Law Society, as what is it at an institutional level would you suggest could improve efficacy in terms of advocacy on matters that touch on public administration and governance?
From my view, what I would suggest or advise is increase in terms of public education, especially the rural areas, which are not easily accessible. It's for a fact that especially the areas in Kilifi, where none of us even know that they exist. So if we could reach out to those individuals, I think it would be a good start point.
You had earlier on alluded to that you participated actively in the protests. And as a student of law, have you had any backlash in terms of your relationship with the academia, with the activities that you undertook at that time? Or is it public knowledge within your institution that some of you, if not all, took part in these activities?
There hasn't been any backlash. I think most students took part in the protests in one way or the other, either using social media for those who are not able to go out and protest, and for others like me, we went out, and also we were supported, I think, by our institutions. So there are no backlashes, but rather they supported us.
Thank you. Let me rush to Rosette so that I can finish my daily quota. Rosette, as a member of the National Police Service, Article 37 of the Constitution states that every person has a right to peaceably and unarmed to assemble, to demonstrate, to picket, and to present petitions to public authorities. Now, in your opinion, what can be done to ensure that there is a balance between the right to safeguard, the right safeguarded in this article, and the duty to maintain peace and public order?
My name's Senior Sergeant Rosette Kusimba. I've served this country for this my 20th year.
Congratulations. You actually look like a Gen Z.
That's true. And I have 2 Gen Zs in the house.
Jesus.
And on Article 37, I always underline unarmed. When we read the law, we should not take parts of the said law. we should read and understand the whole article. It says and underlines unarmed. No one is being told not to. But as we were earlier on listening to him, he was very categorical. He said the demonstrations were peaceful until they were not. So as I wake up at 4 a.m. in the morning, I'm briefed. There is no boss that will tell you to go and kill. There is no boss that will tell you to go and do anything that is uncivil, that is not according to law. But the moment the riot, it becomes a riot, the moment it's no longer peaceful, the police comes in. Our mandate is clear. We have to protect. And while I'm protecting, I'm supposed to be alive for me to protect you. So according to me, that Article 37 is very clear. And the law cuts across. We have to understand that when it comes to, when we are giving justice, right? The moment you say, mimi nimedhulumiwa, huyo mtu mwingine mwenye amedhulumu, I don't think there are people, watu watakuja kusema, mimi nilikosewa. The moment mtu amekosewa, what are you doing about it? The law cuts across. As we protect, we also want to be protected. We are protected by the law, right? But also, this person protecting you until that line, vila alisema, until it became no longer peaceful, the police comes in. According to that article, everybody akona right ya kupicket, the police don't. So the law iko na hiyo, kuna mahali polisi anafika, they are not like protected or allowed to do certain things. And you as a public officer, ama wewe ni civilian, uko na hiyo powers. As Santos was talking, alisema, aliambiwa, ndio, vitu mnafanya, zinatu protect mpaka sisi. We felt that. And hakuna askari mwenye alikuwa against what the Gen Z were doing. As I said, I'm a mother of 2. Wako kwa nyumba, na wote ni Gen Zs, 20 and 17. So when they talk about sisi kama Gen Z, when I stand up between hao katikati ya hao Gen Z, utasema mimi ni over 40. No, I look like a Gen Z, and you have to understand that even my thinking to raise 2 teenagers, I have to think like them. Ni nini hii yenye wanaeka kwa meza? Pia sisi mlikuwa mnatulilia, mnasema hapana, polisi wanaishi kwa Unihat, polisi wanakaa mbaya, changing the uniform is not enough, waongeze mshahara. We were there. But the moment maduka za watu zinaanza kuwa looted, hawa watu wametoka kama Gen Z, you cannot differentiate. Sa ile wako peaceful wote, there was no police throwing tear gas. There was no police shooting anybody. But sa ile sasa imebadilika, tumesimama, mawe zinakuja, rungu zinarushwa. How will I differentiate? And I was not given a list of participants. How will I know Karo Bahati is not Gen Z Nigun? How will I know the person attacking Santos is yeye hana, ama Santos is standing there, yeye hana rungu? The rain, mimi niliziona, I was there. Tulirushiwa mawe na hujui zimetoka wapi. So until that moment it becomes unpeaceful, now the law comes in. Now I have to protect. Now I have to protect myself also. So hiyo Article 37, you have to, uisome na uelewe kwamba the law cuts across. Whatever you do kuna repercussion, and we have to understand that.
The challenge, and I am glad that at least you accept some of the challenges that we are pointing out. The challenge is not that peaceful protests and they being unarmed can automatically change, and the person with the monopoly of violence is usually the state. And so, as you admit that you witnessed, or rather you visualized these protests, each and every person here also did the same. and this is an honest conversation that we're having. I would have hoped that the members of the Fifth Estate could have switched off their devices, but then they're not used to suffering courage. What I am saying is, we witnessed a moment in the history of Kenya where young people actually took governance conversations to the streets, and they did so without injuring anyone, without looting any property, and without causing any prejudice to members of the public. And they did so for a few weeks before they turned violent. Now, we must accept that these incidences did not happen in isolation. The context is not that you had peace-loving young Kenyans turn violent. The violence was imported. And I know I speak for many in this room when I say the violence was not Gen Z-led. The violence was state-sponsored. So the question that I had posed to you, and I had hoped maybe you would have understood or given a balanced response, was the balancing of those rights. So in terms of the service, and I love that you have even alluded to the fact that you are oriented in a Gen Z fashion because you have them in your own residence. The balance between peaceful protest and public administration as a national police service, and you will even admit that you also benefit from the outcomes of what the Gen Z movement has done. The tax regime that would have been in place would have affected even members of the National Police Service. That we must admit, isn't it?
True.
So the response that I would want you to give is, as a National Police Service officer of many years standing, what balance then would you put in terms of the right to picket as well as maintaining law and order? Because it is my position that even the drafters of the Constitution did not envisage that championing and the defense of the Constitution must always be peaceful. The drafters did not envisage that peaceful protests within the meaning of peaceful protest shall not in any way limit use of force by members of the public, because the National Police Service, they use violence, isn't it?
No.
So when you fire a tear gas, oh no, you said no. Okay, I may understand violence differently, but the use of tear gas canisters, the use of whether live arms or other projectiles is a form of violence. It doesn't even depend where you stand. If you have a device that can cause pain or inflict harm, then you have a tool of violence. And so I am asking, what is the balance?
I think as we all try to find someone to blame, or the reason I can sit here and speak proudly is that the Kenyan community, we are used to, when something happens, we are used to finding someone to blame, someone to carry the bigger junk. But where I sit, I would like to say that all of us, we have to balance this. The civil community, the Law Society of Kenya, and NGOs, we have to, when the police who understands the law, they're out there working, do these people coming out know the law about picketing? Do they understand what peaceful demonstrations are? I believe all Kenyans saw that on the first day of that Gen Z demonstration, I think those were the real Gen Zs, because it was very peaceful throughout the country. We saw it and we witnessed it until it reached that time that now we can start saying, labda watu wengine walilipwa kuleta vurugu. As the earlier speaker said, kuna watu labda walilipwa wakakuja kuvuruga the peaceful maandamano. We all understand that. But where I sit now, we should now try to educate the community to understand ni nani mwenye tunafaa kublame? And not only blaming, what are we crying for? Has it been addressed? And now that it has not been addressed, whom should we hold accountable? And whatever happened during hiyo maandamano, who is to be held responsible and for what? Sio tu tuseme polisi walitoka, polisi waliua, polisi walifanya 1, 2, 3, 4. The same police officers are our sons, they're our husbands, they're our children. They're also mothers. And even them, waliumia. Even them, at least people should be neutral and see, now what? From where we are sitting, what are we going to do different in the coming future? How are we going to handle this? The police, kuna yule msemaji alisema, the police have been empowered. Wamepitishiwa reforms and everything. There are so many things in Kenya zinafanyika on papers. But tuende huko mashinani. Tuende tufunze kama ni maskari. Let them, when you hold me accountable, you should be able to give why you are holding me accountable and for what reason. What have you as a person done for this police officer when you so as you blame, kesho ni siku mpya. The law cuts across, as I had said, ni msumeno. Don't just blame. Say, next time when the police are coming out, mimi kama Gen Z nikiwa nimesimama hapo, and the next person amebeba rungu, arrest. We were in Twapa and I've seen he was seated there. They arrested a few people, wakawapeleka police station. Wakasema sisi hatutaki maandamano ya fujo. That was on the first day. Those people that were arrested, hawakuarestiwa na polisi. Walishikwa na Gen Z. Wakisema hao wamekuja na rungu, hao wako na panga. These 3 boys are stealing from people. So we want such a community that supports, ile muna support, ile security ambayo mmepewa. And don't forget kwamba watu wamekuja maandamano, they are in tens of thousands. Police station iko na less than 100 officers. Na gari moja. So we should not overlook such.
Yes. Rosette, there is a case that was filed by the Law Society of Kenya, and orders therein directed that the National Police Service do comply with directions of the court that police officers must always remain fully uniformed in protests, and number 2, that the use of tear gas canisters as well as water cannons shall not be used by police to quail public rallies. And the last one is that there has been an ongoing conversation about public abductions. As I go to Mr. Karisa, just sit on that hot seat with those reflections. I will come back to you on the 3 issues. Mr. Karisa, now with the dust settling on these Gen Z protests and normalcy being restored, if you had one opportunity to meet the leadership of this country and you had to share one particular failure, one issue that still plagues this country, what will it be and what possible solution will you be proposing as a civil society activist?
Okay. For me, one thing that I'll be proposing to the government. First, I would have wanted the government to have a good governance, because all these things happening during the Gen Z protest, it is because of lack of good governance, because Gen Z saw that there were issues that were touching on the citizens, that those in power walikuwa wanafungia macho, because looking at the maisha pale mali imefikisha watu, the taxation was too high, and the government does not have a listening ear. So the proposal will be, let the government hear what the people want and let the government implement what the people want, so that to avert this in future.
Mary, just a final question. What mechanisms is the Law Society of Kenya Mombasa branch undertaking to ensure that rights abuses and those who suffered from the protests will, one, get justice, but also address the systemic abuses on fundamental rights and freedoms?
Well, the society has been very vocal in this aspect. Also in partnering with these community-based organizations and advocating for the promotion of rights of every individual. So that is what we are keen on, yes. And also when we are working with these other organizations.
Is there any mechanism that the Law Society has set up to ensure that access to justice as a mechanism or a tool for dispute resolution is achieved by those who suffered or those who in one way were prejudiced during the Gen Z? Is there a mechanism that the Law Society Coast Branch has set up to ensure or enhance access to justice to those who are affected by, especially the victims?
Yes, we have set up a committee of pro bono advocates who are vibrant and ready to take up these cases. We also need to do a lot of community outreach, a lot of legal aid. In fact, in the coming month, we'll have the National Legal Aid Week. And this year, we want to do something that is different. Go out to the members of the public. Previously, we used to be at the law courts. This time, we want to come where the people are. So together with that committee, be able to give legal assistance, give legal information so that everybody is aware of their rights. Those who are there, who are affected in one way or another, can be able to get access to this group of pro bono advocates who have voluntarily given their service.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kiruriti. Isa, just as we are winding up, as a legal scholar and as a budding lawyer, what proposals would you make in terms of your curriculum that can enhance your capacity to be a champion for access to justice and the rule of law?
What I'd suggest is one thing actually I've noticed Mombasa Law Society have been involving us is the legal aid activities in various remand homes. We've had prison visits. We offer legal aid advice to the prisoners. So maybe I'd suggest now as a curriculum, we, one way or the other, find a way to make legal aid some sort of a mandatory for students to take part in, so that they can at least gather the experience so as to deal with matters concerning access to justice. Again, I appreciate Mary and her team for involving us, and hopefully the legal will be involved in more and more legal aid activities.
I know you're speaking directly to the president of the Law Society in regards to the legal reforms in the education sector. I noted she was nodding, meaning that you have been heard. There were three sets of questions that you are sitting on. if you could just respond to them then, in whichever order.
For the questions, as I said, I'm a senior sergeant. And there are some questions that, as she was saying, there should be like a higher person seated in my seat answering to these questions. And personally, I could answer a few that I can as an individual and as an in charge of.
And I understand.
Yes.
If you feel uncomfortable, please do
So
not
there are
answer.
some questions that I cannot like directly say as the National Police Service is doing 1, 2, 3, 4. I can only answer to those that pertains to my office. Yeah.
Then I take it all the questions I had asked.
I think they were a bit above me.
Okay, not a problem, not a problem. We can open up. I have been directed that Julius will direct the plenary questions.
A question.
Yes.
I'll not direct it to you. I'm not attacking. Apologies. This is a question to everyone here, especially from the legal fraternity. As she had mentioned earlier, in terms of protecting public property. So are we saying that the police are to prioritize public property over the safety of the citizens? And I think there is such a law. Is it the National Police Service Act concerning protection of public property in using any means?
There is another plenary that is coming only for such questions, and I think you can sit on that one so that you pose it at that particular session. I know who you are addressing.
He quoted what I had said, but our mandate is to protect life and property. That is the duty of the police, to protect life and property.
Yes, ma'am.
Honorable Vice, what I can say, maybe to the questions that Rosette is unable to answer, what I feel as Kenyans we need to do is develop a culture of promoting the rule of law. You know, rule of law is not so complex. It's as simple as matatu inabwaga wapi, ibagi stage, inapanda cab, hapo juu inabwagiwa hapo, wherever, obstruction, such small things. But in the long run, they turn up to be so big. So as Kenyans, once we develop that culture of promoting the rule of law, it will start with us and it will escalate all the way to the top. So that even though it's really supposed to be from the top to the bottom, but let's all take responsibility so that then when we have some court orders that have been issued, we will give them the weight that they deserve and we stop treating them as opinions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Give them a round of applause, please. I was tempted to tell my good friend Ms. Kiruriti that we no longer use the word up or bottom. We use up and down. We were once deceived with those words, and we do not associate with them anymore. But thank you so much for remaining put. Allow us to close these panel discussions and invite now another panel that will only take questions and interventions on what has been discussed here today. I'm extremely happy that you have all stayed till now, and I know that we are going to close this session with a meaningful way forward, including what was posed, what is the next way forward. Thank you so much. Asante.
Bing, bing, Ugo baya, bing, bing, wang, wang baya, bing, bing, disco.
Thank you so much, VP, and your able panelists for such a good session. I just want us to do something quickly. Can we all just stand up a minute? As we do this thing, I want Julius and his panelists to grace us on the stage. Yes. All panelists for the next session with Julius, please come on stage. Yes. So can we get Nyla? Nyla, please come. Liz Aroka, please come. Alex Gituma, please come on stage. And the next session is now to listen from you all. All those questions, concerns you have, our panelists will be addressing your concerns. They have up to 1:30 to do that, and then we break for lunch as we finish the program for today. So please have a seat. As you have your seat, I want everyone to pull out their phones. Just pull out your phone. Go on YouTube. Open your YouTube app. Type Law Society of Kenya Live. Tuko hapo. Sidio? Haya, scroll left hivi kuna pale mahali panaitwa share. And then click share. Then select all those other apps that you have and share that link. Sawa sawa. All right. Haya, you've done so well. Jipigeni makofi basi. So, Julius, welcome. The floor is yours. Let's hear from the participants
Thank you.
about all the discussion that we've had from morning up to now.
Thank you. Basically, it's a plenary discussion, but we have a topic we were given here, which is going to guide us. So it's a plenary discussion, but we were given a topic which is going to guide us for this plenary discussion. But the team here is more going to answer to your question. They are not going to do more of the talking, but responding on the questions you'll be asking. So what we want to understand, we need to understand the role of justice and accountability in the protest. What is the role of justice and accountability? Amid all the protests we have been having, what is the role of justice and accountability? So that is the topic. Our questions should be guided by that topic, and then they'll be responding. But I'll give them an opportunity to introduce themselves, and then maybe say something in 1 minute, and then we'll pick questions from the participants.
Thank you so much, Wanyama. I'm Leila Abdallah. I'm a human rights activist at Sisters for Justice. And it's quite challenging getting this time of an hour whereby the right of food, it's kind of important to all of us here. And yes, I'll be taking some few questions, and I also want to add 1 or 2 on the accountability part of it. Thank you.
Gen Z Viva. Gen Z Viva. Mko hama hamko? Mko? Haya, majina Elizabeth Aroka. I'm an advocate practicing in Mombasa and also a human rights defender. I worked in the civil society organization for more than 10 years before coming back. So I have the balance of being an activist, being out in the streets, and also coming up in terms of the courtroom litigation, in terms of trying to ensure that any violation gets access to justice. Karibuni.
Good afternoon, everyone. I believe the majority are the Gen Zs. I'm a bit loud. I hope mnanisikia with the bass. Niko sawa? Okay, my name is Alex Gituma. I'm a prosecutor working with the office of the ODPP, but I'm not a police officer. I'm an advocate. I'm an advocate by profession, but I've worked as a government lawyer for the last 10 years with the ODPP's office. I'm glad to be here to take your questions, but I would request our coordinator if we can have one police officer, because I believe wametuhepa, wamejibu maswali kidogo, but I'm sure most of the questions will be directed to them. If we can add that person as a panelist.
Asante. Now I leave it open to the participant. The role of justice and accountability during the protest. Maswali, but it's an open forum for any question kulingana zile sessions zote ambazo tumeweza kuzizungumzia. They'll be responding. I'll be directing questions to each and every panelist ambayo yuko hapa. So kama kuna microphone tafadhali nisaidiwe. Hapa kuna moja, sijui kama kuna nyingine. So that, and I've been given only 30 minutes. So anza na huyu ndugu yuko hapo.
Thank you so much. My name is Dan. An observation that we were supposed to have a police officer, because my question goes directly to them. And I told my friend, I don't know where she has gone to. Yes. I understand during riots, there is something that she said, that if it turns violent, and during the demonstrations, and maybe what I wanted to know, under what circumstance do they define when to take someone's life? What justifies? There is this person probably that you feel is threatening you or your life, that you won't be safe to defend or to protect property or life. But we have also had incidences of stray bullets where somebody was maybe intending to shoot a particular person, and it goes and shoots an innocent child, it shoots maybe an innocent and a peaceful demonstrator. But Madam told us she's not able to identify now between so and so and so and so who is the goon or who is the peaceful demonstrator. So how do you define, when do you decide that now you have to take this life of this person? And for those stray bullets, how do you account for those lives? Thank you.
Thank you. Pale nyuma, let's take like 3 questions, then I'll be directing them to each and every panelist.
Habari ya mchana. Kwa majina najulikana kama Sofia Abde. Mimi ni mwandishi wa habari. Vile vile pia ni mwanaharakati wa masuala ya haki za kibinadamu. Na nina maswali kadhaa, lakini nitayafupisha. Nafikiri swali langu la kwanza litarudi pale pale kwa maafisa polisi, ambapo ningeomba tu kujua what prompts a reaction from the police attacking journalists, whereby, like my fellow has said, you see stray bullets. Kwa wale ambao walikuwa kwenye maandamano, sura yangu haitakuwa geni kwenu. I was there since day 1. Ikafika wakati hujui uwe mwandishi wa habari, hujui uwe msaidizi wa watu, na hujui pia labda uwe katika, because I was with Tina kwa the same group ya paramedics. Yeah, hizo kofia nyingi niko nazo. So ilifika mahali tunaona sisi waandishi wa habari hatuna mtetezi. Kwa nini? Tumejikuta wakati ambapo inabidi tusaidie waandamanaji wakati sisi wenyewe tunakuwa attacked. We had an incident of a tear gas being thrown ndani ya gari ya waandishi. Kwa nini? Ndani ya gari. And then we had an incident, a tear gas ilikuwa thrown direct to a journalist. Siku 2 za mwisho, the target was the journalist. Because hata tulikuwa threatened, tukaambiwa sisi ndio tulikuwa tunaongoza majenzi njia za kufuata. If you remember, siku 2 za mwisho, gari za journalist ilibidi ziwe nyuma. Because kulitoka taarifa kutoka Nairobi kwamba Mombasa, waandishi ndio walikuwa wanaongoza waandamanaji katika zile sehemu. Hiyo mtatueleza. And then What limits this?
Ningekuomba kwa sababu wenzako pia watauliza maswali ukwe tu direct to the point.
Sawa.
Alafu watu wapate.
Sawa, asante. And then what limits the civil society during the demonstrations? And in this case, pia nazungumzia an incident whereby demonstrators na civil society at some point walikuwa wana disagree. Civil society walikuja na program na waandamanaji nao walikuwa wanasema sisi tunajua wewe vile ilikuwa tunafaa kuenda. And lastly, to the ODPP, I'll use the word justice delayed, the phrase justice delayed is justice denied. At what point does a case being termed weak from the point of the ODPP whereby tunapata cases ambapo hatuna ushahidi wa kutosha kuleta kesi mahakamani ama kuwasilisha ile file mahakamani? Thank you so much.
Asante. Nataka tu swali moja pale kwa ile kona kule. Hatujasikia sauti moja alafu wajibu. Kuna mkono huko sijui nani ni wewe? Sawa.
Good afternoon. My name is Precious Shalom Umbele. I'm a student from the University of Nairobi. The previous session, we had an issue where they stated about the balance. And the previous panelist also mentioned there's the protection of life and of property. So in this protest, where do you ensure that there is a balance between the right to life of the demonstrators and the right to property of the non-demonstrators? And we do submit that the right to assembly is not an absolute right. It does not fall under the Article 24 rights. However, when it comes to the limitations, there were instances where you were saying that they were unlawful. What makes you term them as unlawful? As the only limitation to it is when it does turn unruly. The lack of a notice to the police does not term it as unlawful. The police does not have a right to actually say, the protests are Wednesday cannot happen. When you say it cannot happen on Wednesday, you should be ready, as per the Public Order Act, Section 5, to tell us Wednesday is not okay, next week will be okay. So as the police, what is your balance? When is too far? When we use canisters, when we use the anti-riots, does it become the new fashion gear? When do we decide that the shouts of people turn to an ouch? When will it be to a point where the smell of tear gas turns to a new cologne? We see Gen Z telling you, yeah, next week ikwe strawberry. So kindly, where is the balance? Who matters the most?
Thank you. Nataka wajibu, then we continue. We have like several questions. There is one from the media with the tear gas, live bullets, hapa, and then the limits. At what point do you decide ni sawa? And if you are giving reasons to say andamane on Wednesday, mbona mtuambia andamane ni on Thursday? Unasema Wednesday na nasimama. And then I will ask, kuna ya CSOs hapa. Kwa nini CSOs walikuja na program alafu Gen Z wakasema si tuko na mpangilio yetu? Madam, utatusaidia pia kujibu, what does the law say about justice demonstrations? Prosecutor, witness protection, evidence. Hizo ni maswali zimetoka, kila mtu atajibu. Tutaanza nawe madam.
Okay. Ile unlawful assembly, you want to know the balance. The moment watu wamekusanyika, wamepewa hiyo go ahead ya kuassemble, then the assembly becomes rioters, ama wanaanza kuvunja vitu za watu. That's when the police comes in. Hakuna siku utaona kama watu, vile tulisema, the first day ya hiyo maandamano, polisi walikuwa wana escort tu, walikuwa wanafuata tu. Everything was peaceful until it was no longer peaceful. Ndo mliona kuna hiyo kutupiwa tear gas and everything. And the speakers here walikuwa very categorical. Walikuambia tulitembea vizuri kidogo kidogo tukaanza kuvamiwa. Mwingine hata alipigwa na mapanga. She didn't say they were the police officers. No. Police officers were not stealing. Kila mtu alikuja hapa mbele. I think they are from the public. Na waliwaambia, when Santos aliambiwa the procedure. Paka alipewa time, aingie ndani, abadilishe, ndio atoke waende na polisi. If the police did not respect yani maoni yake vile aliwaomba aende ndani abadilishe, they waited. Na wakamchukua and they explained to him where they were taking him, na wakampeleka police station. Hawakumpeleka mahali pengine. And even he talked about hiyo time vile aliambiwa na some of the officers, na akawataja mpaka majina. So there is procedures ambazo zinafuatwa. Now the moment hiyo assembly inakuwa unruly na wanaanza kuvunja maduka, even wale wako ndani ambao ni innocent, how will the police watawatofautisha aje? Everybody is running. You don't know hata kama umeumizwa na polisi ama umeumizwa na raia. So we should also respect vile madamu alisema, the rule of law. Tujue tumetoka tumeenda kufanya nini. Then when do we decide to shoot? I think the law is very clear. Kuna riot act, right? Maybe wengi wenu hamjui. Vile nilisema, there are procedures. Kuna SSO. Kuna briefings and debriefings. Tukienda kazi. Unasikia? Na kuna siku utasikia ati tulipewa hiyo amri shoot. Mimi sijasikia hiyo amri. Unless niko kwa hiyo competition huko. Unasikia? So whatever happens huko kazini, ulisema vizuri sana, there are stray bullets. Maybe you want to answer for me? So it's like unajua sana kuliko mimi. You can answer for me. So wakati ule there are stray bullets. What to shoot maybe kwa air or something. Unasikia? You want to come and talk? As I said earlier, hello? As I said earlier, those questions are paramount. Hata mimi ningependa kujua majibu yake. Every question being asked, kuna mtu ako na sababu ya kuuliza hayo maswali. Kila mtu ana swali. And as I said earlier, tuache kublame. Something happened, people are being held responsible. Officers are being taken to court. Kuna forensics zinafanywa. So you want the whole police community pelekwe kotini so that you are happy? Askari wote wapelekwe kotini? Are you crazy? Yeah.
Okay. Ningeomba akiongea kama kuna kitu hajakielezea, note it, tutauliza maswali, sawa? Ataeleza? Anakwepa? Anajua? Wacha tusikie hapa alafu turudi kwake.
Comrades, I think this is a clear indication that there is a gap now between the state and the state actors. And these are the daily issues that as human rights defenders, human rights organizations, we've been dealing with it for several years. We've been trying to act as a neutral agents between government and non-state government. But at the end of the day, they end up misusing what we normally say. They end up taking laws in their hands. There's no justification elsewhere that you can take someone's life just like that. No justification elsewhere. Yeah? You have something, take that person, and they're taken to court. Yeah? Issues of protest was not about the police against the state. We were articulating issues, the right issues, and I want to answer direct to my my sister there, Sophia. As human rights organization, we've been in front line, not only now or in this era, but years back. I asked my mentor, if there were no human rights in Kenya, where would we have been today? Because my human rights organization has protected your rights. Until now, Gen Zs are more than ready to come out strongly to defend their rights. So we are educated, we are empowered, we've empowered. I've heard Zipporah saying, she's more than happy living in this space, knowing that there are thousands like her, knowing their rights. So we should clap for ourselves. On the issues of why civil society there was a bit clash. First of all, if there are people who are mishandled, harassed, restricted, losing their life just like any other thing, they are human rights defenders. Issues of our security, I think we've seen the 3 Kitengelas, that's our HRDs. I think we've seen Boniface Mwangi and other activists who were in front line trying to, in fact, this was like amused to us. We are used to T-shirts, we are used to mobilize people to come out to defend for themselves, but this time it was totally different. There's some constraint. Some of them are donor-funded organizations, yeah. Most utapata a donor will not allow certain organization to try to, you understand, those donor constraints. We also have issues of legal and regulation system. Kuna mali tunaona kwamba, this is not allowed, but let's comply with it, especially to the NGO when it comes to NGO boards. We also have a public perception. Yeah, unaonekana huku kifonane, we can turn our reputation just like that. I've mentioned about the security concern, and this has been a very crackdown for us, especially us and the upcoming human rights defenders in the room. Some of them, they've not gone under any training, physical or security concern. They've came out blindly. So we need to check on our security, especially the staffs and the volunteer. We also have issues of international pressure. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? For example, who used to get funds from Ford Foundation? I think they were limelight during those times. And for example, your project, it's something that they used to do it as an organization. So yeah, those are the kind of constraint things, but generally what we saw as civil society, we feel like we've done so much in this country in terms of empowering over 97%, according to the communication system of Kenya, that 97% people in this country are using their digital gadgets. Out of 97, 79 are actively participating in X Spaces, social medias, and all that. And what does that mean? We are educated. Can we clap for ourselves? Thank you.
Wakili, Madam, just tell us the law, because what the demonstrations were all about, justice and accountability. Wewe kama wakili, hebu tueleze, how do we marry these two?
Thank you. Now, I think the first thing that we need to ask ourselves, when you talk about justice, what is justice? When you talk about accountability, what do we mean by accountability? And who needs to be accountable? For what and how? And once we answer all those questions, by the way, we'll be home and dry. And I want to particularly thank the second panel, the victims of all those human rights violations, for coming forward and being vulnerable and speaking to us. And we could actually go through the motions with them. And you could hear, for instance, when you talk about justice, justice is broad. There are people who need just a simple apology. Ukuja uniambie sorry. And that is justice to me. There are those who want to just continue living their lives as usual. Not to get to Nyali Bridge and you get post-traumatic stress disorder, because it's going to follow you for the rest of your life. There are those who want compensation and reparations. How do I go back to a space that I was at before all this? There are those who want someone to be held accountable. Waone mtu amepelekwa kwa doc, and of course, prosecutor Gituma here afanye mambo yake, and someone to go and serve term. So it comes in all different forms and means. But all in all, in everything that we do, let us always remember our guiding book, the Constitution of Kenya. Herein lies all our answers. And in 2010, probably most Gen Zs, you're not part of the process. But it really took us blood, sweat, and time to get to have this very progressive constitution. We have one of the most progressive constitutions in the world. But there's a but. And I think this came out during the panel, third panel's presentation. It's one thing to have everything in paper. But kwa ground kuko aje? Are we implementing what it is that is in the law? So the Constitution is just one of those guiding principles and frameworks that we have in place. We have international human rights standards that also guide us in terms of what needs to be done. At local level, we have the laws that have been passed. The National Police Act, for instance. The National Police Act, Public Order Act, and all other laws, the Penal Code and all that guide us. And they're in place, by the way. We have laws that can help us in terms of getting accountability. And accountability can come in many forms. It can be individual responsibility. Liz, who went and violated person XYZ, can be held accountable. Then you also have the principle of superior or command responsibility. And for those who followed the 2007 post-election violence, you remember that we had 12 police officers who were charged with crimes against humanity because of the acts that they did. So the law is there. We have means of going out and ensuring that these rights are enforced as it is. There was a question in the morning in terms of we have witnesses, but they're not able to come out and speak. Or we have evidence, but so we have all this. We know the magnitude of all these violations. And we have people who have information out there, but they're not able to come out. But you know what? We have institutions and mechanisms in place. The Witness Protection Agency that was talked about, by the way, you should read the Witness Protection Act. It's almost 20 years now. I think it's a 2006 act. It talks about a lot of protection that witnesses can be given, including being given a new identity and taken to a different country altogether and all, as part of witness protection. But how many of us are aware of that law? How many even know how to go about it? The simple thing you have to do is inform the prosecutor, and they have a process of applying and getting that done. Though I know in one of the last meetings we had with the agency, because I think they only have 3 offices, Nairobi, Kisumu, and I can't remember where else. And we said we need them to come to Mombasa, because here is where we have a lot of atrocities happening. But they told me that we are available. You may not be seeing us, but we are here and all that. So we need to see a lot of accountability being done. It may be you being proactive and just making that report to a police station. And if action is not taken, we all have institutions that can take it up. You can go to the Ombudsman. You can go to the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights and other bodies. You can go to the ODPP and say, I made a report to station XYZ. Nothing is happening. Please help me take it up. You can take up a civil suit, as Wanjeri had mentioned in the morning. Just go and say, Mimi, and I think this came out in the morning, we have a guy who may have long-lasting injuries because of violations that happened. Go and file a civil suit. We have constitutional and human rights cases, and the LSK has been at the forefront in doing public interest litigation, whereby all these different cases can be brought together and move forward, petition, and get the violators coming up to respond. So it is up to us to take up the mandate, empower ourselves, come out, and ensure that we demand for accountability for the violations that we go through. Thank you.
Asante Wakili, because of time I've been told we have only 5 minutes, so please.
Okay, so to start off, I work for the ODPP. We are an independent authority meant to prosecute. That be as it may, I'm also a government lawyer, so let me try and assist my sister, Senior Sergeant, in answering some of your questions. You asked about where do you come in and say these are stand from being a peaceful demonstration to a riot. As police officers, you see they have their code of conduct, they have how they operate. When they are going out, they have the anti-riot gear that they use. They have batons, they have guns, this is what is within their purview. So it is according to them as officers to make an assessment of the situation. And as Article 37 says, it is peaceful and unarmed. So when they make the determination that this now has turned into a riot and it's no longer a peaceful demonstration, they can only use what is within their possession. These are the batons, the anti-riot, the tear gas, and all that. However, the law, so that you do not kill me at the stage, the law guides them. They have the National Police Service Act, and in specific, the 6th schedule. If you can look at that, it gives officers conditions for use of force. It is not outright that because they have a gun or an AK-47, they shoot it at the rioters. They should use force that is proportionate to the objective that they intend to accomplish. So if it is to disperse the mob, then they use tear gas. If it is...
what's being done? These things have been said here. Zico, we have good laws, we have good constitution, but kutekelezwa ndo shida. Iyo tu. Yeah? So we need to put police or, I don't know, that department into accountable, whereby there's no more police brutality and extrajudicial in Kenya. We also need to put political accountability, yeah, whereby we need to have leaders who are accountable. We've chosen them. We want them to go and defend us. But wakifika kule, ntapiga yes, na ntapiga no. So we don't want that. We need a social justice movement. You see, these things has been happening in Nakuru, happening in Kisumu, in Eldole. Do you think this is just a normal movement? This is a public movement, which is defending for their what they know that's right. So we need to advocate for social justice. We also need legal reforms. We've seen how judiciary vile imekuwa ikipigwa mawe. If a whole judiciary inaweza pigwa mawe, where are we? Who is safe in this country? Another thing we also have said, accountability for governance. Citizens need to demand for accountable from their leaders, official and public. And this is what President said. We need to do a best civil engagement on elections. Pale ukienda kuambia uchukue kura yako kupiga kura, but at the end of the day, vitaibiwa tu. So yeah, I think we need to do more, and this is the in thing. By the way, Kenyan is being watched across the globe in terms of political analysis. guys, we are doing wonders. I think if tumesikia hata kwa social media, we are the what in Africa? We are the capital city in Africa. Let's do this, and I think Kenyans are learned. Kenyans know law. Watoto wamesoma. You see, people know this is right. These people, we know where their children are, their money or their wealth. It's high time for this government and the next government that will come in to tell us the truth. We are the people of truth, and Gen Zs are the future of this country. Thank you.
So thank you. I was given, maybe I just give you 1 minute so that we...
Okay, mi nitaongelea wajibikaji. We've talked of being accountable, who should be accountable. But personally, nitasema tuwajibike sote. We all want a peaceful Kenya. Wacha tuwajibike wote, kuwe na wajibikaji. Let those that have messed up be held accountable. Mimi I believe in the rule of law. You come to my office, I believe in the rule of law. So wacha wewe kama Mkenya wajibika. Do your part. Wacha mimi nijue nikivaa hiyo Django uniform na helmet, I'll come back as beautiful as I left my husband in the morning. I'll come back to my children looking the same. Then I'll protect you the same way. Tuwajibike, as you point fingers, point four at yourself. Take care of me as I take care of you. Because even tuliambiwa, security starts with you. You cannot expect me nisimame mbele, mawe nipige. Who is throwing the stones? So wacha sote tuwajibike. Let's follow the rule of law and stop blaming. Tujenge Kenya mpya ya kesho.
Aya, thank you for this opportunity. Let's keep the conversation going in the social media platform, and then we see what that will bring. Asante.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. You may take your seats. Wow, a lot has been unpacked. So much takeaways. DCI wamekula. Washakuja. Walikuwa DCI. Ni DCI. Hata tulikuwa na nisi. Tulikuwa na nisi. Nisi alikuwa hapa. Mkumuona? Haya. So, takeaways. Accountability. Let's be accountable ourselves. Let's call our leaders to accountability. And let's call the government to accountability. Right? Another takeaway. The best lesson we've learned today is that if we listen to each other, we get the best way forward. Achieve as a nation. Let's be able to listen to our brothers. Listen, everyone has a voice. Sindio? And that's something that we exercised today. And we were able to peacefully listen from each other. Another takeaway, a quick one, just 1 or 2 words.
Okay, I'm grateful to be here, and I'm grateful that nimeweza ku...
Yes, I know you are very grateful, and very grateful. Now, what is your takeaway? Nimempata off guard. Hi. Now, of course, nakupata tu off guard. What is your takeaway?
That I should be accountable in whatever I'm doing in my life and the life of the people of Kenya.
Wonderful. What does your organization do that people can come and seek? Kaa chini.
We do lots of mental health and psychosocial support to everyone. Our offices are at Twapa, opposite luxury apartment. And I am saying this because seeing that the period of the protest, we were overwhelmed as a country and as a person. So reach out to us. I'm a professional counselor psychologist. My numbers are 0723 946251. It is free for all. Welcome.
So if you wish to see her, you can see her. I want a volunteer to come hapa mbele, aombe the food that we are going to eat na safari za kurudi nyumbani as we do this. Just a volunteer, one. You okay? Okay, kuja huko. Eh? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Njoo tu hapa nitakupatia mic eh? Yes. So as anatengeneza hizo ndimi, yes. Take away, sir. Just one take away.
The knowledge is not out there, so we have to seek it. Yeah.
Yes, that's a wonderful takeaway. A comment. Takeaways. Takeaways. Nijaribu hiyo side pia, si ndio? Nisiwaache, si ndio? Yes. Kuna mtu niliona alikuwa anasinzia kweli kweli. Si nijaribu tuone kama alipata kitu. Lakini si huyu, nimechoose tu randomly. Hata ni kama hajui ninakuja kwake. What is your takeaway, madam? Nimempata off guard. Vile inafaa. Wacha nijaribu hapa.
Wacha to observe rule of law na listen to each other.
And we listen to each other. Wonderful. Yes. What's your takeaway, sir?
Thank you. My takeaway are two. Number one, a protester should never be armed. That is the meaning of, like, you should never carry anything on your hands. Just a handkerchief and a bottle of water. Number two, we should practice the spirit of constitutionalism. The Constitution, that document is so wide, but those simple articles should be taken into practice. Thank you so much.
Spirit of constitutionalism, don't be armed when you're protesting. Sawa. All right. So, a lot will be, we discussed more platforms as we go around the country. If you have further feedback, you can reach out to us at pil@lsk.or.ke. How simple is that email? pil@lsk.or.ke. Sawa sawa. So as we go out, lunch vouchers will be given. Hapa. You want all of them to use one exit? Oh, okay. Na ile? Okay. So wengine wanaweza tumia ile exit na wengine watumie hii exit. You will get a lunch voucher that. Pardon? Okay. All right. Sawa. So mmewasikia? Yes. You'll get all your lunch vouchers there. Lunch will be at the restaurant. Alafu, one more thing. I hope when you're giving your name and your phone number pale nje to our registration team, you made sure that the number you've given reflects the name that you have given. Because if the name you have given does not reflect the name that the number is registered under, the system will not send you the money for transport reimbursement. So we will send you a transport reimbursement, a modest transport reimbursement in the course of the week. Sawa sawa. So let's get the closing prayer and then we go have our lunch. All right? Sawa. So our team will start immediately doing the verifications. If all verifications go well, even tonight, kesho kutwa, it will work. Sawa. But that will be done in a very rushed way.
Sorry, I know Were has already elaborated why the delay cannot, why the disbursement cannot be today. We have to audit as required by the donor, so that we have to confirm your name and your number is tally before we send. Yes, please bear with us.
All right. Please pray for the journey masses, for our activists Viva Gen Z, viva. Yes, we don't stop here. We continue. Sawa? All right.
Kwa heshima ya Mwenyezi Mungu naomba tusimame. Naomba tusimame tuweze kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa hii siku ambayo ameifanya na mpaka tumefika tamati. Basi kwa kumheshimu Mwenyezi Mungu naomba wale ndugu zangu wa Kristo tufunge macho. Ndugu zangu Waislamu kwa kuamini naomba tu baki vile ulivyo ukiamini Mwenyezi Mungu. Tuombe. Mwenyezi Mungu, asante kwa rehema zako na ukuu ambao umeufanya katika maisha yetu kama Gen Z. Tumezidi kuona utukufu wako, umetenda mengi katika huu mwaka. Tumeinuka kwa mshindo na pia serikali imetambua kwamba kuna vijana ambao wana nguvu. Asante kwa hizo nguvu umetupatia, ndio maana leo tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba katika nchi yetu bado kama vijana tumesimama, na ndio maana tumefika hapa tukisema bado hatujasahau pale tulipoinukia. Mwenyezi Mungu katusaidie kwa viongozi wote ambao wamehusika katika warsha hii, tukikumbuka LSK ambao wamesimama kidete kuhakikisha kwamba haki ya binadamu imezingatiwa. Asante Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kila mmoja, kila kiongozi, hata wa mataifa ambao pia wamehusika katika warsha hii, zaidi kwenda kusimama nao kawasaidie, ili utakapokutana tena tukazidi kwenda kuona mkono wako Mwenyezi Mungu kitusaidia. Asante kwa chakula ambacho kiko mbele yetu, tutakwenda kutumia kakitakase, kisitudhuru katika matumbo yetu, kitufae katika mwili na roho. Mfalme, tutoka hapa kutumia magari, katusaidie. Watakaorudi Nairobi zidi kwenda kuwasaidia barabarani wafike salama. Watakao kutoka ngambo kawasaidie katika kila chombo ambacho kimetengezwa na mkono wa mwanadamu. Utakapofika majumbani, sifa na utukufu utakurudishia wewe, maana wastahili. Kwa Yesu Kristo aliye Bwana na Mwokozi wetu. Somebody say amen. Somebody say amen.
Bing bing, bang bang bayaya, bing bing, disco, oh boy. Cano my song says, oh for me tabo for me santi my song says, kugame my phone says, oh zambe, furahi ya mboza kohe malira, oh zambe bizibu byo bye malira, me mbozi zekabya, mbozi zekabya, me ajiwe yesoza, ajiwe yesoza shukura, when I'm sanza ngakira, ngakuta sane kwa sikeli ulash. Oh zambe, oh zambe, bambigina, oh zambe, oh za, oh za, oh zambe, oh zambe, analando nyinge